For 250 years, Americans have defended their independence.
What up, everybody? Happy Friday. Ooh, my mic is loud. That was pretty loud. Probably popped a few eardrums there. Hope everybody's doing well, enjoying their week. Happens to be my day off. So hopefully we have a good time. Hello, Buck. Hello, Nico, Maiko, Karaoke, Zeb. What's up? What's up? Maiko with the 5 gifted members. You guys thank him for that. Thank you very much. That is very much appreciated. Thank you guys for your support. As always, don't forget to throw away your feelings, open your minds, and question your beliefs. I'm Jay, if you didn't know. And here we like to question our beliefs, as I just said. So we're going to have a good time today, and we'll see how this goes. If we get some people chatting, that's great. If you see this, this little game, there's this little game on the stream, and I forgot there's like YouTube games. While I'm sitting here and no one wants to chat and I'm just discussing this crap, I could be playing games. I could be sitting here playing games. Oh, my candle went out. Luckily, you guys can't see it right now because my candle went out. And I wouldn't want you guys making fun of me not having my candle. All right. So today's topic. I've been watching quite a few videos recently. There's some videos I'm working on. Doesn't have to do with the video that's coming out today. There is a video coming out after we stream. You know, I like to promote my videos, right? Why wouldn't I? So I do the stream first, and then we watch the video after. But some of the next content that will be coming up is something that bugs me a lot. And just speaking to some of my friends that are Christians, all of them are. Anybody that I know that's religious is Christian. So speak into some of those. And then, when you watch stuff, when you watch some of the other channels that discuss like the horrific things that happen in the Bible, and how if you if you are a Christian, a lot of the times it makes you make excuses or have to be okay with anything that God commands. And I don't know, that's just something I never could really get with the fact that even as a child, right, I respected my father a lot, but the respect really came after the fear was gone. I don't understand the whole, if you're the most powerful, you get to do whatever you want. I don't think that's how morals should be grounded. If grounded, I know like the philosophy people like to use that kind of phrasing. Whatever grounded means, I do know what they mean, but it doesn't really mean anything. It's just like a description again. All this language and stuff is just descriptions of things. So, anyways, you get my point, and I get their point. So I try not to be a stickler on that part of it. Like I know what you mean by grounding, even though I don't believe there's some grounding that's sitting out there. But in order to have a conversation, I have to know what you mean. So I do know what you mean. But morals have their own, kind of grounding, which to me is all subjective. But our subjectiveness can turn into objectiveness if we both agree on the rules of the game. And we've kind of discussed this before. So if it's wrong for me, it's wrong for you, it's wrong for anyone in this whole system. So there's some pretty bad things that are in the Bible, and I know it's the part that a lot of people don't like to talk about. When you're, yeah, I mean, I've heard plenty of stories about people burning ants with magnifying glasses. Uh, that's a thing. Like I said, because you can do something, does it make it right? And I said, does it make it right? Like that's a question, right? Does it make it right if you can do anything to do those things, right? So that's something to think about. I don't agree with that. I actually think the people that have the most power should be required. We should expect the best out of them, actually. So that's kind of how I feel about that situation. Okay. So you have more power, you have more responsibility. Spider-Man's grandpa, right? And that's kind of how I look at that. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. Who out here? Who first? I guess the question is, did you hit the dang like button? Make sure y'all hit your buttons, click your buttons, all that good stuff. Second part is, who thinks might is right? Who thinks might is right? Should the most powerful thing, person, whatever, be able to do whatever they want? You ever check out the Bill Papers 2020 survey? It surveys like 1,600 or so professional philosophers. 65% are atheists. No, I haven't read that paper. I think you can link it. Feel free to link. Pretty sure you can link. What does this do? Okay. Hey, Abo. Don't mind me. I just had a little bit of coffee, so I'm going to be a little, you know, be a little whatever. Wait, what is this one? Oh, different ones. Oh, bah. This is kind of a little cool thing, man. I used to make Android apps for a while, and like this is something I had dreamed. This is a while back, so like I don't think we could have done something like this when I was making applications. But something like this is what I would have dreamed of making back when I was doing the apps. Like, and it's so simple too, but something like this, I swear, I would have been like, this would have been amazing to make it. All right, let's restart. Let's recycle this earth. Hey, why you always hating on my Nightbot? Nightbot's here when you guys aren't here. When when nobody when nobody's in the chat, Nightbot's here to make me feel better. Just saying. Wait, is that a bomb? What is that? Is it gonna explode? Like, what's about that? Oh, I got hit explode. Duh. Oh. You can also, if you've ever come up live, that means you're able to get into the live stream chat on Discord, so you can post it there too. And anyways, who wants to come up and defend God being able to murder millions, billions, right? Billions, yeah. Like out of all history, right? Well, you can explode it before it gets there. See, right before it gets there. We got a force field up. And this world's shit. That I don't know what. Excuse me. I don't know what this one is. That's Oh. Oh. Dang. Tough, bro. That's tough. All right. Back to the subject. We'll see how this goes. I didn't plan on being on too long. I know how Fridays are. People are either you're off or you're at work, so you probably can't be able to talk as much. God does too much. I mean, that is a discussion that a lot of people don't like to have. That God could be the thing with an ant farm, and it's just burning the ants. But I still wouldn't say that's right. Right? I don't think it matters. Even if you created me, right? If I grant that today, that yep, God created everything, everyone, I still don't think that gives God a right to do whatever God would want with me or anybody. Now, of course, the person could say, well, you couldn't do anything about it. That is true. 100% true. That is 100% true. But just because I can't do something about something, this is in our reality as well, our real life as well. Just because you can't do anything about somebody harming you does not mean you sit there and smile about it. So I think that's weird for people to say, but I have heard that. I have heard that argument as well. I think that's pretty strange. I think I spoke about this before. A lot of those people that have that mindset of, oh well, God can do anything, are the first people to fight for their rights. By the way, like those are the first. Those are the first people when the government tries to tell them to do something. They are up in arms. Kind of funny how that works. Uh-oh, Zeb and Nightbot fighting again. I guess you were right, bro. All right, let's go to another planet. Let's go to Mercury. Mercury is one of my. I think Mercury is pretty interesting, man. Shit. Like I think we sent some probes close to there, I believe. Let's try. What is this? Just regular. Oh, yeah. It's possible that we shouldn't have kids, but I'm not one of those people. Actually, you know what? I think it's immoral to not have kids because I think, like somebody like me, I want to have kids to try to fight against some of this stuff, and the only way you can fight against other systems that you don't agree with is with people. So those people need to have kids, right? So if I want the world to be a smarter place, a more logical place, a place where society is thinking about things, I would really, really hope that the people that thought like me were having babies. So, hey, thanks for that. Can you do a thing and put captions on? Captions. Wait, you mean like for me when I'm talking? Is that like a YouTube setting? Is that what that is? You had to teach me that. I have my YouTube studios up. So you guys don't forget to click that button. Is that why did I forget your username? I know who you are, but I forgot your other name all of a sudden on the channel. You're in a noisy room. Let me see. I didn't know I could turn on captions when I'm doing a YouTube stream, so let me see. Content. Let me go to my content. Channel guides. There we go. I knew who you were, but I'm like, why could I not remember the other username? Welcome, welcome. Think you're off today too, right? All right, let's see. Edits. Let's see. Captions. I think I know where that is. Hold up. Now, I hope I don't have to restart the stream because I won't be doing that. Caption. All right, this is a weird language. Yeah, I don't see an option for me to actually add captions. That sucks. Now, I clicked everything that had captions on it, but I don't see an option to like turn it on at this very moment. Apologies. Oh, hold up. Customize. Nope, still nothing. All right. Buck's gonna type everything in chat. Thanks, Buck. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's weird. I bet you what's gonna happen is because I do have captions like checked. It says pick your language. I bet you after the fact, when you go back and watch it, it'll have captions. It's a little too early for me to drink, so we're just doing our little coffee today. Do we have any people that want to defend that God has the right to do whatever God wants. Who dares defend that? Are we all too smart for that? I could be picking bad topics that nobody really wants to defend, but that's kind of how just at the moment, how my channel is. I try to point out just the most obvious things because to me, if the foundation of whatever you believe in has some cracks in it, then you probably should start with a new foundation. So that's why I start with the most simple things that you almost just can't defend. And if you try to defend them, you're going to sound a little bit silly. Yeah, I do agree that, and we spoke about this before, like, yeah, you should not. No, I mean, and here's the thing, right? This goes into what you were saying, Anonymous, that it's different when there's a God involved, though. Let me be fair, because it just doesn't compare. Because I was going to say it's possibly that it compares that people having babies is the same thing as God creating, but it's not. I kind of can't even pretend that because the parents aren't all powerful in any sorts of the way. They aren't even that much powerful. I'm sorry, they aren't even that much more. Is that a thing? Powerful than like the child, right? Technically, the child will be able to do everything the parent can do once it's grown, right? But with God, it's different because God could literally, if God wanted to, implant anything that this person would need. So that would be like true creation, being able to just do things like that. So I don't think it compares for animals, where animals having offspring. That's not the same type of creation. I thought I had the power, then she turned two. You don't think we're getting the channel getting recommended to enough people? Is that what you're saying? I mean, it is what it is. I make my stuff. I enjoy making it, and I think we'll have organic growth, which I enjoy. Don't know what might see. I would say this though, because I don't know. It's just totally different when we're talking about God and we're talking about people, man. I get why people have kids because we're social creatures, and no matter what, we require each other, right? For many things, right? And then it's in our evolutionary system. We've evolved, and social creatures need to. I mean, all creatures need to multiply. Don't get me wrong. That's just a part of nature. So I don't know if it's the same driving force, right? Like what is driving God to create? Is something controlling God, like something controls animals and different species of life, right? And not necessarily just animals, right? There's something controlling us in that kind of a way. What's controlling God? So I think since God has more control and power, that's kind of immoral. Now, I could, if I want to, come up with some reasons why it could be more immoral for you to have a child, right? So, well, I was kind of thinking like even with plants and how they spread seeds and flowers, how they pollen, they use pollen, everything is trying to recreate itself. So it's just a part of what life is. Like there's no such thing as life without trying to replicate yourself. So, well, I don't think morality controls us first. I think what we're talking about right now controls us first, all the nature part. And then morality is what's the word? emergent, right? Morality is emergent from whatever species or whatever survives what it needs. It makes morality for social creatures, by the way. So now we are the survivors. So our morality is totally different than morality 10,000 years ago. And that's just because that's just how it works. Whatever groups survive is going to carry what we call morality along this path of time. And then 10,000 years from now, it could be totally different. And it will be totally different. I mean, just 30 years, or sorry, just 10 years ago, shit was different. But morality has changed already. In the last 10, all right, let's do a total. It'd be like the last 16 years, morality has changed. So no shit, morality is going to change in 30, 40, 50 years. It will not be the same. And don't even think of it on some like big scale, like, oh, now we allow murder. Like, that's how it would happen eventually, right? How the country is trying, and the administration is trying to change the country towards this picture that they have. And we spoke about this before. Everybody has the right to try to make the world into what they want to make it. So it is very important for you to be outspoken about your beliefs and disagreeing with other people's beliefs, because they sure as hell will. Now, back to the subject. They are trying to change the world into what they see, and it's a totally different morality, right? There's a lot of stuff going on that's trying to get implemented into this country now, and that's how fast morality changes. And I mean, I think that's obvious. That's not from God or anybody. That's just people. Like we're making up what the hell we think's right, and then you fight for it. There is nothing. There's nothing on anyone's heart. Like, you fight for it, man. If you think rape is bad and all that, you fight against it, because there's a bunch of people out there that think rape is okay. So you better fight and speak up against it. Don't believe that some guy's gonna come and do anything about that. Anyways, we're getting off subject here. I got myself off subject. But actually, it was Buck's fault mentioning morality. No, actually, we were talking about morality. That's fair. Either way, like I said, going back to the subject, actually might tie into it better, because we can fight against other people, which is why I say it's kind of fair for them to fight for the world that they want to, because we're playing on kind of even grounds. Now, if they get the upper hand, it's harder to fight against them, but technically we can. But with God, there's no reason for anything, really. So if God is doing something that harms anything, then it's just bad, because God doesn't have to. It really makes God the most immoral, because God does not have to do any of this. Like, you can't name one thing that God has to do if we're talking about, the God of the Bible. There's nothing God has to do. And I think a lot of people have a hard time with that, because if you believe this, you just believe it. So you have to make it make sense, right? We definitely can believe in crap that doesn't make sense. So I think the belief comes first, and then people try to make sense of it. But that's why I like to talk about what we're talking about now, because I think it puts people in a very tight corner. And that's why, if you watch like DZ Construction Zone and stuff, why people have to say the worst crap to make these things stick, man. Because you can't say that God's immoral, and then you have to backtrack and then say, well, yeah, it's immoral if we do it. I don't know, man. I think you get in a tight spot when you're trying to defend that. Let me know what you guys think on that one. I think that's a good little subject. Like, to like narrow down like a subject. I think that's That might be pretty interesting. I need to take out that Discord message. It's cold in here. This is my little blankie. Little blankie. All right, let's get a new planet. Where do y'all want to go? What planet? Let me know. First planet that comes up. First planet. Three, two, one. Nightbot. Neptune. All right, let's go. Ice giant. Neptune. Man, it'd be so amazing to go look at some of this stuff. I never will get to, but how much time we've wasted. Just imagine if all of civilization, we had been working together and God didn't tear down the Tower of Babel. Imagine where we'd be, guys, if God never separated the people and scattered them across the globe. We would probably have bases surrounding Saturn. Seems like God screws us over a lot, man. That's unfortunate. Part of me, like, I want people to get along for very selfish reasons, by the way. I want us to focus on stuff like, I don't know, stuff like this. I truly do. Like, I want us to focus on like technology and just creating like awesome crap. And we're wasting so much time, man. So much time is wasted. Sucks, bro. Like I'll never get to do any half of these things that I was told that I could be doing. You ever seen Back to the Future, man? Even though they didn't get along either, but still. Star Wars, all that kind of stuff. We're wasting time on these books that were written by people thousands of years ago, and we could be exploring the universe. We're arguing about these stupid books. Country's been fighting for thousands of years off of these stupid books, man. You guys got me venting. So many wars off of these stupid words, man. So many people treated bad off of these stupid words. Words, like, I don't even know if these people really thought this was going to last that long. It's kind of crazy. I wish we could travel back in time, but I wonder if people really thought that this would still be going on. Like, why aren't we following Mayan stuff, you know? Why aren't we following Egyptian stuff? So weird, man. We're wasting our time. That's all I got to say. And I'm going to keep trying to talk to people to give them a path to realize that we're wasting our time with worrying about these books. And the first key is to being able to admit that you are possibly wrong. I think that's the very starting point for everybody, is just opening the door to possibly being wrong. And I know that's tough for a lot of people. Very tough for a lot of people. And you got to think about it. If you think God can do whatever God wants because God put you here, how many of y'all used to hear that, by the way? I put you here, I can take you out. I put you here, I'll take you out. Horrible comment. It's child abuse, by the way. Yeah, Jesus was supposed to be here a long time ago. Jesus thought Jesus was going to be here, that's for sure. All right, let me restart Saturn. Let's do some different Let's see. What is this guy? I think this is like a bomb. Wait, it's like a satellite? Oh, dang, bro. Oh, it's like a neutron star, isn't it? Is it? No, that's an actual machine. Never mind. That ain't no neutron star. Messed this up. Hey, greetings, Mohammed. Welcome back. And if you're new here, welcome. Sorry, I got that like line stuck in my head. I'm running out of coffee, man, already. Same thing happened as usual. It's like a little because I did a recording or I do recordings before I start streaming. So by the time I'm starting to stream, like I'm actually coming down from energy. So it's like tough when the stream first starting, and then I have to like once I start talking, I get back into it. But it's like I just got through recording, so it's like, oh man, I need some coffee. Let's try a spaceship. See what happens with it. Oh, it's right here. Okay, where's he at? Where'd he go? What? All right, try it again. I was trying to get a better angle. Oh, there he goes. Hold up, that's good. Where'd he go? There we go. There he is. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, it's more. We're getting an invasion. All right, looks like Muhammad, you're popular in here. I see you, bro. I see you. Remember, in all chat debates, please respect each other by answering the person's question. That's usually all I ask. Don't try to get ahead of the question, all that stuff. Just be honest in your conversations, and let's see if we can help each other out here. I don't like that spaceship. I think the problem with Saturn is just the gas giant, so you're gonna have to do some blasting. All right, next planet, next planet. Let's just blow Saturn up. Sorry, let's end it. I'm ending Saturn with an Earth. Here it comes. Not bad, not bad. Is it always Earth? Da, 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 da. All right, maybe. All right, where somebody had put in Pluto next. Yeah, let's go. Oh no, oh, we're at. Why did I say Saturn? We're at Neptune. I need to go back to elementary school. Now we're gonna go to Saturn, and then Pluto. I kept calling that Saturn. So bad. All right, let's look over some divine commands. See if we can wrestle up some people that want to chat about it. All right. Let's see. Here's a question. I put my little note here. It says, does God command things because they are good? Or are things good because God commands them? I think that's an old question that everybody's heard before. What do y'all think? My believers out there, does God command things because they are good? Are they good because God commands them? Give you guys a minute to think about that as I destroy this planet. Ooh, what's this? Let's do lightning. Level 10. Oh, that's not lightning. That's, what is that? Something worse. Also, I'm gonna get my TikTok kind of set up again, and then hopefully we can just get everybody that is subscribed to the channel to describe to subscribe to TikTok. That way we can start dual streaming, because I heard TikTok's the place to be for getting people that want to come up here and talk about these things. Yeah, Nightbot does videos. Check out Nightbot's latest videos. That's pretty funny. Looks like we're quiet today, guys, gals, brothers, sisters. I said it's okay too. If this is this is kind of just a hangout stream, that's okay sometimes. Trying to figure out what I want to do. What I want to do after this. There's a couple of videos I want to watch, and then take some notes on it. Ooh, I got some, since you guys have been so supportive, I got some stuff coming that's going to help the stream out, or help the channel out a lot more, make things look a little bit better, make us look a little more professional. So all support goes right back into this. So hopefully, as you guys see the support, well, you'll get to see the outcome of the support that's been happening pretty soon. So I'll get my setup a bit smoother so we can be looking clean when people want to come to. Oh, what did that do? Oh, that got rid of the rings. I missed that. Interesting. All right, let me do. Oh, look at this guy. Let's see what this looks like. Holy shit. Where'd he go? It's some monster. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, there he goes. This is gonna be like in Revelation. You guys know the story of Revelation? Can I get the guy? I want to see him. Why can't I see him? When there's like monsters coming. Did you say God makes commands, watches what happens, and then decides? That's a good one. I don't know if you're messing with me or not, but I'm actually curious. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You could be messing with me a little bit. I don't know. I didn't like that monster. He looked cool, but he didn't do nothing. Let's try this guy. Bro, what if you saw that shit? That's what I imagine God could do, by the way. Just open up the sky and just wink at everybody. Like, imagine how crazy that would be, man. God could do that in a second. Everybody would believe, bro. Just like open up the sky and just do this. Yeah, God just open up the sky. Don't got to do nothing mean or anything, right? No mean, no nothing. Just actually, people might take that the wrong way. We might want this. Like, if God did this, people are to think we're doing the right thing. So maybe just open up the sky. No thanks. What is this? I think in one of my All right, I want a different game. This game's boring. I want something I can actually interact with. Zeb, you're back. I didn't know you left, man. You left. Where'd you go? Thought you were still here. All right, let's see what other game there is. Lines are open, by the way, guys. You guys have me for minimum, I'm sorry, 20 more minutes, unless we get somebody in here that wants to chat. Unless one of these games. Ooh, let's do this. Prison life, bro. Y'all know about that? I'm kidding. I've never been in prison. Oh, I have played this one before. This one's too interactive. I don't want to do this one. Like you gotta do too much. Y'all want to survive on a? Let's survive on a 3D. This is probably gonna be too much too. What am I talking about? All right, let's go collect some wood. Get my wood. I know I gotta have some people out there that want to talk about this, by the way. Let's go cut some of this. Cut it. Oh, never mind. You were a jailer. How was that? That's probably interesting. What do you think about so many people in prison being religious? Isn't that weird? What's your take on that? I'll get you out, bro. I'll get you out. I gotta get some more wood. Oh, craft scissors. My bad. Scissors. Rock. Oh, we need rock and 10 wood. Now, let's build it. B. Got our scissors, homie. Right? No, not good. What the hell? You think it helps them? Yeah, but a lot of well, maybe actually, hold on. You say you think it helps them. Let's go over how it helps them. What am I doing? Oh, I just need more wood and rocks. Never mind. All right, let's get some rocks. Okay. Wood. I might be getting y'all, bro. 10. Let's get it. Mission complete. Now let's cut. Got him. All right, let's go save this girl. She needs help. Why is she out here by herself? Got you, homie. You sleep. You sleep. I don't know. Nightbot got a thing for you. That's all I can say. Oh, she is hungry. Nightbot's got a little thing. Man, do we really have no chatters today? Maybe a part of me knew it was going to be a bit slow today. Nobody wants to defend God's commands. I wouldn't either. This could be a good sign. Could be a very good sign. Keep expanding scissors. Oh, yeah, got it. It is possible that everyone knows that God commands horrible things that are not defensible, or everybody's at work. I guess you Yeah. Or we just need to switch our days to instead of Friday, Saturday, maybe where people are off, maybe. But I find when I stream on Saturdays, there's actually less people here. Friday is usually okay day. But like I said, in general, what I end up doing, so I do have some videos that I want to watch. I do need to find some chill time today a little bit too. But my chill time usually involves reading about this stuff or listening to stuff. So it's like my chill time is still talking about this stuff. That's kind of funny when I really think about it. All right, let's go. Why she sleep? I'm retired, but I have 2.0 years. You're retired? Nice. Hope to be there soon. Why are you getting Nightbot's tripping a little bit? You redacted the message. Never mind. Did you spell something wrong? I thought it was Nightbot. Yeah, I'd like to get some retirement in soon. What time is it? All right, we got a video coming on at 1. Let's see. All right, I don't really like this one. Oh, you can't just escape out of it. Back. Zombies. Go some zombies. Oh crap. Got him. Even we don't know how animals arose. Oh, you guys are talking about evolution? Muhammad likes that evolution. Hey, thanks for your service. I got family now in the service. Thank you, thank you. It sucks that we have to do those things. Maybe we can build a place that does a little bit better. I don't know. I have a dream. Everybody's always like, it can't ever happen, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't strive for it. I get it, but we got to fight against these things. So let's get this tire. I think I want to get the tire. There we go. All right, we got to get you. Uh, 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 uh. Nice, nice. Tires first, baby. Got him. I don't know what I'm claiming. What do you want? Oh, that's ads. Let's do this too. Because since it's a little quiet, let's make sure. If you have any like certain videos you think would be cool for me to go over, since I'm about to end pretty soon, since it's pretty slow. I'll take this day as a chill day. So gotta take advantage of those sometimes because sometimes it's gonna be busier than others. So instead of prolonging it too long, we'll probably just go ahead and get off. But if you have any cool debate videos, if you've ever actually, I think if you click on the Discord link, it'll automatically allow you to get into the live stream chat. And then that chat we can start using for video suggestions until I set up some other things. Once I get the Patreon set up some more, there will be a little more influence from those people as well. If you think there's some interesting ones, I know Buck has put some of his music in there. Sorry, I thought I was about to sneeze. I'm probably going to end up sneezing right when I don't touch the mic. I got it in time. But Tim Munchin's Storm animated video, kind of long, 8 minutes. Beatnik poem. Yeah. Since I'm definitely not writing them down right now, I think you've already been in there, so definitely post them into the stream chat or the stream chat. I got to go through my Discord. Maybe I'll take some time for that today since I have time. I do have a video that is coming out at 1, and maybe I'll do some like maintenance for the channel because there's a bunch of stuff that I want to kind of get set up. I'm a kind of a stickler for not perfectness, but at least getting things eye pleasing, eye candy, right? Being pleasing to the eyes. So that's something that I'm always striving to do. So hopefully, as you see the channel, it's been getting better because I do take suggestions that many of you have had before that you have given me. Let's go back to here. City Smasher. Probably another sim. Yeah, change the channel oil. You got it. Like I said, I got some stuff coming that'll help the channel a lot just from everybody supporting. So we got some upgrades coming. And I think that's, if you ever make content, it's exciting to try new things. Oh, wow. This one takes up a lot of, it's lagging a bit. I'm not losing any frames, but there's definitely some lag there. Mohammed, we should get you in here. You're always riling them up. Got to get you into the Discord. All that typing, you might as well just come up to the stage. That's what I would say. Everybody would get to hear you at that point. So, just jump on stage and say your piece. It's only fair, right? Helicopter. Oh, I'm in the helicopter. That ain't fun. Some of these look funner than they are. Yeah, if you have you guys are talking about evolution, but can we tie that? Yeah, that still ties into God command theory, right? God didn't ask nobody if they wanted to come here. God just put everybody here. Rude. That is some rude crap. Let me try the link. I don't know. It works for me. Let me try this. Last time we did this and it worked. Let's check. Try that one. Is that the same? Let's see if that's the same. I don't think anybody's been trying to come up though, just to be fair. I don't want nothing to accidentally pop up. So let me do this. And then I'm going to click the link. And then I'm going to go to the site. Then I'm going to open the app. Yeah, it works. I did the whole thingy. At least the one I posted worked. Let me say that. And so I'll replace the pin. Try I just pinned a new comment. You can try that one to see. And then make sure you click the go to site, right? You click the link and then you hit go to site. Pretty sure that's not how evolution works, Mohammed. Pretty sure. Most arguments that people have on evolution can literally be destroyed by a quick Google search. Unless you're just saying, I don't believe the people that have done all the work. I mean, that's that. I guess that's whatever. But at that point, if you tell me you believe in any religion and you don't believe in evolution, I question that you might be not treating every argument the same and not holding everything to the same standard, because I don't know how you believe in a book that's thousands of years old, but don't believe in how much proof there has been for evolution. It is as closest to a fact as we have for many things. As close as we can get. And like whatever, I'm not even a person that knows like off the top of my head, but for sure, whatever question you're saying, there's an answer for it. It's just whether you want it or not. And I mean an answer that's provable, by the way. Not the same thing as people say about the Bible. There is no evolution book, right? There's a bunch of people that have done a bunch of work, and there's not just one book like the Bible. It's different. And then it's been scientifically proven through multiple scientists, right? So it's like, you can do this thing, you find these things, this is our proof. Evolution is not the same thing as believing in the book. Not even close. The claims that are made in this book are claims that have never been proven. There are no way of testing them. So if you tell me you don't believe in something that has so much evidence and then believe in something that has almost zero evidence, I don't know if you're being honest. But I would like to talk to you if you want. You can come have a conversation. But I will be straight up with you. I don't think you're being a very honest person when it comes to evolution. Like, you can't just say when there's actual proof. Like, you say the evolution, and then oh yeah, but if you believe in Christianity, oh yeah, but Jesus walked on water though. You believe Jesus walked on water, but you don't believe evolution. That's just weird. Come on, man. We can do better than that. Let's be honest. You know what I'm about. We gotta learn to be more honest about these things. Am I dying? Why is he just sitting back like he just so cool, bro? Get up and shoot somebody. There's a bunch of stuff at evolution, man. It's you literally just don't want, which is weird because I don't know why it matters. People that don't want evolution to be true, people that don't want to be called animals. That's always been the weirdest thing to me. I know there's a couple of like just random chats I was in a while back, and we were just discussing that, and somebody literally got so pissed at me that I called them an animal. They're like, I ain't no dang animal. That's disrespectful. Don't tell me I'm no animal. I'm like, what do you think an animal is? And I think like this is how language sucks sometimes because you say somebody's an animal and they're literally taking it like you're saying, maybe this comes from like racism, I guess. I don't know. They literally think you're saying like they're a savage, whatever that would mean too, by the way. Actually, might not even like that wording. Or maybe better, like they think you're like a serial killer or something, or you're calling them like some serial killer. Maybe something like that. I've never got the whole, I'm not an animal. I'm made in God's image, which is still an animal. Why am I shooting down? Hell, bro. I think I'm dead here. I think I'm dead. They got us. They got us, y'all. They got us. They got us. Yeah, feral. Yeah, yeah. There you go. I'm like I was trying to. I'm what I'm saying. I'm picturing it, but I couldn't get the words. Like they man, like you're just like they're like Smeagol, right? My precious, like stuff like that. Problem with science is they dumb it down for people to understand, and then people stick to the dumbed down version. Yes, and that's why I was saying if you really want to, like evolution sounds weird if you don't know what it is. I used to think that too. I remember speaking to my wife about these kind of things, right? And her seeing me progress in it. Now, whether what she believed or not, I'm not sure. I know what we believe now, but I remember speaking about some of these kind of things and being confused about what it was. Maybe like even like 10 years ago. Like even though I was still questioning everything, I still remember being like, "Well, evolution doesn't really make sense." What did I used to say? I used to go, "Yeah, the same thing that everybody says. It's so stupid." But you're like, "Bro, I didn't even think you. I forgot y'all can't see the stupid. I didn't know I took it off screen. You guys couldn't even see the game I was playing." Um, I used to say the whole thing about like, "Well, wait." Yeah, I don't know if you ever seen Planet Peterson, but he says this in his little intro. It says, if we came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? I used to say that, like legit. I said that, and it's like when you just don't know, man. You don't know. Go search and go find out. I said that for a couple months, and that was my fault for not researching, by the way. But when you want to go, just find out. You're like, it's not that difficult. Evolution is. It's really like I said, I don't believe anybody can know things 100%, but evolution is up there as far as what we know. Like there's, I don't know. You start to sound like a flat earther to me when you start talking about evolution being false. And if you talk about evolution being false, you need to make sure that you have some really good evidence, which evidence is not scientists doesn't know this. I think a lot of the times with these things, people are like, well, science doesn't know this, therefore, but that's not evidence. That is not evidence. Stop using it as evidence because it's not. It's not evidence. Man. To me, all that does to me is just show how awesome science is because you have to use science, that the part that doesn't know something, to prove your point because you literally have zero proof. So science is so awesome, you only can disprove it with science. Isn't that crazy? I mean, it's simple. I'm being sarcastic. Hey, CL, Betsy. Hey, Betsy. It's Betsy, right? What's up? What's up? Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you guys. Looks like we're getting a few people coming in here, so maybe we'll stick around to see if we can find some brave soul to come talk to me and defend God's commands. I know it's hard to do. I know it's very hard. Very hard to do, but if you think you can come defend God's commands, then I am open to hear it. I want another gun, man. Can I get another gun? We're hanging out until 1. It looks like now. Since people are trickling in, I don't like for people to show up and then I just leave. So I said if more people were coming, we hang out for a little bit longer. And then at 1 o'clock, I got another video dropping. So you guys are all going to go click on my video, right? Don't forget to click your buttons. Dang, I'm getting destroyed on this level. Hey, look at the McDonald's fries down here. Y'all see the McDonald's fries? That's funny. They couldn't put McDonald's though, but they had to. It is McDonald's fries. Copyright. The last thing we left off on is it right? I'm sorry, are things good because God says so? Or sorry, are things good because they're good or because God said so? You always click. Thank you. I appreciate the support. I think we'll have some. Dang, I lost again. I think we'll have some bigger things coming, man. We'll keep this channel growing. I'll keep knocking them out, and then you guys keep letting me know what you like and let me what you don't like, right? And I'll always make the videos that I'm interested in, but I do take suggestions, so nothing wrong with that. I was just saying for anybody that just came in that if you click that Discord link, it'll take you to the backstage, but it'll also give you the option to join the live stream Discord chat where, you know, people can post things, post links to videos they might think it would be worth discussing in our community. Uh, 100% convinced evolution, but there are a few double standards. I'd be curious to hear the double standards. And I don't even, so here's the weird part, not the weird part. Here is how I feel about evolution and God. They don't even belong in the same category. to put God on the same level as evolution is disrespect to evolution. There is nowhere close to the amount of proof of evolution, of God, as there is for evolution. Like, it's not even close. You literally have almost 0% down here. This is God. Almost 0% proof of God. And then you have evolution, one of the most proven things ever in human history. Right? I don't think we can, that's not apples to apples. It's not even close. And we have to stop allowing people to put God in the same category. Like, no, you have a lot of ground to cover to say God in any way is there is enough evidence for God as there is for evolution. If you believe in God, you definitely, there's no way possible that you shouldn't believe in evolution because there's way more proof. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Somebody that says they can believe in God but not evolution, I'm calling BS on that one. That's fine to say God used it as a tool, right? But to say evolution is not there and then God is, okay, buddy. That is one of the most ridiculous statements anyone can make, is to say they believe in a God but not evolution. That's insane. And I know you weren't saying that, by the way. You were just telling me that you think there are some. Let me know what the word is again. But I would like to know what you think. Dang, what did you say? Sorry. Let me scroll back up so I don't misspeak for you. All right. Memph, you said, or Meph, sorry. Mefsta. Double standards. Yeah. So let me know some of the double standards. Or if you want to come up to the chat, we can nobody wants to talk about God's horrible command. So we'll talk about this. I'm interested. You got me interested. So if you want to hop up and talk about why you think there's a double standard, I'm willing to listen and talk about that. Feel free to join on up. Oh, I can level up. This is what's going on, y'all. I didn't level up my bamboo. All right, we got it. Now we got it. Let's do this. Level 3. Yeah, which God? Thor, whoever? What God are we talking about? So Mohammed or Meth, let me know if y'all want to talk about it. One of my screens just went out. Oh, just crashed. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Hold up. Sorry. Got to reset my screen. Oh, that's a big boy. I need like a assault rifle. I'll tell you what, the barbed wire helped. Barbed wire helps. Let's see if we can get that guy with the gun. There we go. You keep getting kicked into the past? Why is that? What does that mean? Muhammad is Nightbot? Come on, Muhammad. That means you're not speaking like a human being, bro. Our sister. Just talk real with people, man. Instead of trying to, this is how I suggest, man. Instead of trying to really prove your point, like really have a discussion with somebody. Like, just have a discussion, man. Show that you really are an honest interlocutor, right? It's the same thing I think you would think, like, you don't want people just sitting there preaching to you from the evolution side, right? You want people to present evidence. I find that a little bit troubling sometimes, where you'll have watching the debate, like one of the debates that we have on our channel that does very well. Two young ladies, back to back videos that I did, or sorry, I didn't do those videos, but videos that I commented on, and all of the comments section, they were saying, they're like, well, she didn't really say anything. She's the one that lost. But I'm like, are y'all forgetting that you have Frank Turek, this man on stage, claiming that he knows maybe the most important thing that there is to know? And it's on the person that's asking him questions to answer his questions, right? Isn't the person on stage supposed to be the one that is proving it, not the person asking the questions, right? And I think a lot of religious debates end up just like that, where it's just like, well, wait, you're the one saying that there's this thing that nobody can see, right? Like, you're the ones making like huge claims, right? And I don't usually like to play the claim game, but if you are in the public arena making these things and judging people from this book, you are the one that should have to prove it, not the people that are asking the questions. Like, how dare we flip that around? Like, no, that's insane. Like, how dare you flip that around? And then it does turn into like you flip it around, because literally, just like in some of those videos, Frank is just saying the Bible says so, right? He has no other proof besides the Bible said so. And that's what sucks about your position, by the way. And that's what made me stop having that position, because eventually, if you're honest and you try to keep defending this stuff, it's you have no evidence. Like, there's just no evidence. All you have is stories. And those stories, if you're honest, you realize stories are the weakest form of evidence. I'm not going to say they're not evidence. I did a video on that too. I know that was a big thing between like Matt and Alex O'Connor, but like, I'm not going to say it's not evidence, but it literally is the weakest form of evidence, right? Like, a story is one of the weakest. So if you're basing your whole damn belief system, how you treat people, who you marry, who you sleep with, who you're allowed to like, how you're allowed to love them, if you're basing all of that, right? Like, that's you better be so sure that you are correct. You have to be so sure that you're right, because you are basing so much of your life off of that, and you're affecting other people. So you got to have more proof for me, man, and sister, everybody. Like, you got to have way more than that. Bro, it's taking forever to upgrade my gun, man. I just want to upgrade my gun. What do I need? 99? 999? All right. I'm thinking maybe we start back here and kind of farm. Oh crap, I don't even have a fence. Bro, I've been swinging it. I don't think we have to swing. We just click. Oh, I've been swinging this shit. My context, what's up? I will say that a claim about reality absent any details sustaining such a claim in the context of reality is not evidence. Okay. Sounds like we agree. I just think it's ridiculous how the onus is always put on the people that have all the, it's so weird. I don't know how to say it, because yes, science has all the proof. It really does. So I kind of get why people say science prove it, but science has proven everything it can up to now. And then as we go on, we'll learn more and know more. But then religion, all it's going to do is just keep doing the God of the gaps. Science is the one out there testing things, allowing for even you religious people to go test things and prove it wrong. But I haven't heard one religious test I can do. There's the Mormon person that I did. I'm sorry. I need to order my Book of Mormon because they claim if I read it and then I ask that I will be shown. But I've heard that same thing before. So it's just like, I don't know. It's weird to me, but I kind of get how people are stuck in it. So I try to be nice about it. I try to remember that at one point I was the same. At one point, all I did was make excuses too. And then you go from making excuses for the book to leaving the book alone in some way, right? It doesn't mean you necessarily get rid of the book, but you start changing it, right? You start, now it's about interpretation, right? No longer is it God speaking to you, it's interpretation, because for some reason we have to interpret what God says because God is just a bad communicator, right? So it takes us doing it instead of God just letting us know exactly what is to be said, which is a horrible flaw in the system, by the way. I'm told that Adam and Eve could have never been perfect, but then we got people that are centuries and thousands of years after them that are now able to hear God for some reason. But the people that were right with God didn't understand shit. How many loops and flips you have to do to make this story make sense? I don't know. Do y'all really think about that? Any of you guys out there? I'm kind of just going on subject to subject because the whole story is so damn ridiculous. It's just, I have to laugh sometimes because the story is so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It really is. And it's so weird to me because there's so many other stories that are just obviously stories and made up and fairy tales. And then this one, though, it sounds the same as all the other ones, but no, this one's true. But it sounds the same as all of the other ones. But no. Those are all different. This one's true. I don't separate science from religious people. I separate science from religious claims. There's a difference. Religious claims are not on the same level of scientific uh, proven things, right? They're not on the same level, and I think we need to stop allowing them to be presented on the same level. And this is going back, and since you might have just got here, this was focused on someone saying evolution in some way is comparable to saying anything about God. No, it's not. Like those are not even on the same page, book, planet, nothing like that, right? There are ways of proving evolution wrong. I am offered no way to prove God wrong, even though I disagree with that. I think if you tell me what kind of God you have or what you believe in, we can probably prove it wrong. Up to the same point of science being able to prove something right, right? I don't believe science can ever prove something 100%. But I think the same thing is with the God. Like, if you give me descriptions of the God, we should be able to do tests. And if you tell me you can describe the God, yet you can't have a test for it, you aren't describing anything at that point. Because if you can describe the God, it should be able to be tested. Otherwise, how can you describe it? So yeah, if you're gonna if you're going to if you're going to describe God, then you're telling me God can be tested. That's probably what I'll start saying more now. I think that's true. If you give me a description of God at all, it can be tested. Let's test it. That's my new thing. You're ex-Mormon. Hey, I told the person that I would legitimately try because Mormonism is not something I've ever even thought about being true. I told him when I'm in the right mindset, though. And like, because I do mean that when I talk to you guys in my videos, you have to be in the right mindset to find the truth. If you're not in the right mindset to find the truth, you aren't testing it for real. Just like I said, like if you really want to know evolution, if it's true or not, there's enough evidence out there. If you want it to be wrong, you're not in the right mindset, which means you're not going to find it. But the evidence is out there. All right, I think we lose this one. I messed up. Yeah, crap. I think y'all are having a pretty nice conversation. All right, guys, we made it to 12:30. We got like 30 more minutes. No conversations though, man. I mean, there's been a lot of chat conversations, but no callers. Gabriel, I don't know. Did you link it in the did you link it in the Discord? If you click that Discord link, it'll take you to the area, and then there's what is it called? Crap. Oh, I have it in my face. There's live stream chat, and you can link it there. We do have somebody that wants to chat, so let's see. Hello. Are you there? Your mic is unmuted. Oh, wait. I'm muted. I'm muted this time. That never happens. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I was muted this time. That's hilarious. I'm never muted. How's it going?
It's going good, man. It's going good. I joined in late, so I probably didn't catch the earlier discussions, but I was just reading the description from your video and I get the gist of what you're trying to talk about, I guess.
Yeah, what you got on it?
So I'd say that morality, I think I would say comes from God. I'd say something is good, not because it's inherently good. I'd say it's good because God says so, and then it feels inherently because He decided it. As far as why something feels inherently good, I think it originates from God.
Can you give me an example of like yeah.
So like, let's use something like not like murder, for example. I'd say you know it's God commanded that you shall not murder, but seeing as how it's good not to kill somebody, it feels right. It feels inherently good not to murder someone. So,
I
but
don't know if
in
it feels inherently good because there's people that
Mhm.
literally feel good when they murder somebody.
Yeah, but then those are the same people we would say are abnormal, right? They're not normal in that case.
I think it's
There,
more
there's
proof that there isn't something out there that makes us all know what's right or wrong. I think it's all subjective.
I disagree. I disagree because there are people who've never heard of God, and they have a conscience when they do things that they know wasn't the right thing to do. They don't know God or anything, but they feel guilty and they feel wrong, by in doing what they did. So I disagree with that.
What about the people that we like? I've known some pretty bad people,
Hmm.
and they really feel the same way I feel about what they do. Like my kindness that I like to do for people. I try to
Hmm.
smile at everybody I pass by. I'm probably annoying as hell at work because I smile and talk to everybody, right? Or at least acknowledge everybody. And where I
Hmm.
work, people hate that crap. And then they're doing the opposite to me. So
Hmm.
I have a moral feeling about being kind to the level that I'm talking about. They have a whole
Hmm.
different moral feeling that think it's okay to not look at me, acknowledge me, and just walk by me.
Hmm.
And I'm doing this because we don't always have to use extremes, by the way.
Right, right.
So it's like that shows me that there are two different moral compasses going on,
Hmm.
and they have a right to do that, by the way. It's just after a certain point when we start crossing each other is what we call immoral, right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
basically, a long time ago, people were just murdering each other
Hmm.
all the time. And they thought it was okay. What is the difference between those people? If I can make my long story short, what is the difference between those people and now, besides the culture changed?
I'd say the difference is that we appealed to an authority greater than both of us. If you have your own worldview that says, okay, it's good for me to take what you have, and leave you with nothing, and you're saying, oh well, I don't think that's good for me. I think that's bad. Well,
Mhm.
it's like you said, it's subjective, and the only way that there can be any kind of reconciliation is if a greater authority than both you and me says, no, that's not good if you do that, and
What do
if
you
you
say
do
the
do
greater
that, there'll
authority
be a
is?
consequence.
I know
God.
what it. I just want to hear you say. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
got
yeah,
it.
God.
So
Yeah.
I think the greater authority is contradiction.
Hmm.
So as soon as me and you are in
Hmm.
this battle to figure out whose morals are correct, as soon
Hmm.
as you're doing something that contradicts what you say is moral, I win.
Hmm.
And to me, it's that simple. So if you say stealing is good, you are
Hmm.
also telling me that you should. An individual has a right to own something,
Hmm.
so now stealing is contradicting your whole thing in the first place because you're telling me that you have the right to have it, which means you think individuals have the right to have things, which means
Hmm.
you can't steal.
I disagree because I think that you can, if we live in that kind of world, then I don't have to hold to that principle at every time. I can change it whenever it suits me. So I can
Yes,
look at
but you
what
would
you
still
have.
be a contradiction though. That's of
I
course,
mean,
like in any scenario, you can do
okay.
it, right?
Hmm.
But you
Hmm.
are asking for something that is bigger than us. And I'm
Hmm.
saying you don't have to even put God there. What's bigger than us is our agreement. That would be God in my scenario, right? Like that our agreement on what we say
Hmm.
we want for ourselves is a
Hmm.
part of that. We say
You,
we want to own things. You say
okay.
I steal. We just
Okay.
contradicted what we agreed to.
Yeah, but that doesn't really work in actuality because you can say that, but there's nothing that is holding me to that agreement at the end of the day. I can easily break it when it suits me,
Yes, you
right?
can.
Okay, so basically it's you're still back to square one. The agreement doesn't mean anything if it's something that can be easily broken.
No,
And
the
I think
agreement
that's
is more of giving you another you don't have
Mhm.
to have God. Because no matter what,
Mhm.
I can agree with you on God right now and it's still that same thing. Nothing happens. I can do whatever I want to you. That is correct. And
Mhm.
whether God is real or not, that still seems to be the case, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it still seems to be the case, but it doesn't change the fact, again, that if we are appealing to a higher authority as God, then whether, we obviously things can still happen. We can both still agree, we can both still break the agreement, but it doesn't change the fact that, okay, we both know that there is a quote unquote right and wrong thanks to this higher authority. Now, doesn't mean we're going to choose to do the right or anything, but we know. Then that's really all I guess I'm trying to establish. I'm not saying that just because God sets what's good and what's bad doesn't mean that we as human beings automatically are going to, follow suit with that. That's
Gotcha.
what I'm basically saying. Mhm.
So what I would say to that, just to help you, or to not help, but make you think
Mhm.
about something is,
Mhm.
the reason I'm saying my idea works better is because I have proof of it in a way, right? There's
Right.
proof that you can see, I can see,
Mhm.
that I could show you. I don't
Mhm.
need, like, once we start adding in something that you can't show me, to
Mhm.
me that is considered, I mean, I think it's obvious. You just have less proof of why your morality is better than mine,
Mhm.
because you have to bring up something that I can't see. Everything that
Right.
I'm talking about, you literally have to agree with because you can see it. And
Mhm.
then I know how dishonest you're being if you pretend that you don't see what I'm talking about. And that's why I can call out your contradiction,
Mhm.
right? But
Yeah.
with God, you're just bringing up something that you can't show me. And if you could, we would be using that as the standard. It would just be easy. It would be like that. And
Mhm.
I would accept that. But the fact that you are bringing up something that you cannot prove to me at all, I don't know if you've been in here before, but I like to use, we're building a wall example with bricks.
Okay.
And I'm giving you bricks that you can see. And then all of a sudden, one of the most important bricks that we're about to lay our foundation with is invisible. And you're trying to hand it to me and I can't grab it,
Mhm.
right? So now we can't finish our wall because
Mhm.
you are trying to just make up something when this whole time we are basing our wall off of reality. Like, I don't think we can build on something that can't be proven.
I mean, if we're going in that direction, I'd say that we're both working with the same material because you can't give me anything in reality that can validate your morality, right? There's nothing concrete, tangible that you can show me or give me to say, this is what we can agree on as right, and this is what we can agree on as wrong. We're both working with immaterial things. So I don't see how that's a problem on my part.
I'm working off. No, I don't think you're working off material when you say God. I think you're working
Right.
on material things until that point, which still, to me, proves my point, right? That is the reality. I can prove it in reality because we both agree that these things exist. We both agree that we're here experiencing something, right?
Or
Whether it's true or not is irrelevant, right? Like, I don't like when
Mhm.
people bring up we could be in the matrix. I don't care. It feels like we're
Mhm.
here, right?
Okay.
So we
Mhm.
we we are here, which means anytime we are trying to come up with the rules to this game that we're playing, that's
Mhm.
what makes it objective to me. Is as soon as we decide, like, I want to live, you want to live, that's our first
Mhm.
starting point. So
Okay.
now we have don't murder really fast.
Okay.
Like, that's like, we don't need anything else. It's just
Ye
right there in our face. Don't
ye
murder. Like, that's it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That doesn't work in reality. You could say, okay,
It
now
does work.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, yes. That's why civilizations that stopped murdering each other grew.
Okay, but why did that? How did they even establish that? They had to
Because you see
form.
people getting murdered. First off, if
Okay,
it's somebody like a baby, it
sure,
sucks. If it's a
sure.
family member, it sucks seeing that. So
Mhm,
eventually, the groups that wanted to stop all the murder
mhm.
took over because the other people either died or people just changed, right? So those people that like to do
Mhm.
more murder
Okay,
last less, or so don't last as long. If
right.
everybody's murdering everybody, that civilization's going to be gone really fast. You don't need a god for that. It's natural.
You still do need a God for that. And but here's the thing you're not seeing though. Those
Okay.
group they came together to build a form of authority that's greater than the entire group put together, which is what we call government. So the government
Okay.
now
Yep.
acts as this divine, quote unquote, I'm using that in quotation. They act as this divine authority as the beacon of justice on the people. So that still proves to me that humanity cannot function without something greater than them being a beacon of quote unquote justice. So whether now the reason I say quote unquote justice is because justice can vary for different nations, right? So
Hmm.
but so my point is that our government structure proves that there is a God. It proves that there has to be something higher than the collective that decides right and wrong. And that's really the whole point.
I think you're just calling it God. I can agree with
Yeah.
you. Like I said, we agree on so many things,
Okay.
and until people make up something, I do think, and that's. But to me, let me back up a little bit. The
Okay.
reason why what you're saying is true is because we're social creatures, and the
Okay.
fact that we're social creatures creates what you call needing a god.
Mm,
Like we do all, like, if whatever social I'm sorry, let's do it this way, whatever society is happening at this moment, the only reason it's either improving or devolving is on how much we all agree,
okay.
right? Once we agree, the more we agree, the more society, technology grows, everything, right? And now that agreement can be forced or it can be in cooperation, and it happens the same thing, I mean both happen at the same time.
Mhm.
And that's just how society works. But the more there is less cooperation, the more unstable that society is. But that still is the bigger thing. It's what we all want the world to be. That is what you're calling God. You like that. You don't need to make up some other thing because that driving force is already built into the system. I know you're calling it God, right? But I'm saying, how is God even a part of how is God even an option? We have no proof of anything supernatural.
Well, I disagree with that. I mean, everything that exists is to me proof of God
But
because
come on, you know what proof means, though. You can't say because something's here, this
Mhm.
thing exists that I can't show you at all. You have to, like what test could I do? Like you, since you're saying that everything
Mhm.
here proves God, like what test? Like what test could I perform?
Well, it's really not a matter of test. It's really a matter of
Well, then how do you know
observation.
God's here?
It's observation. It's really just looking at everything. I mean, here's the thing, right? I can't prove to you the, the from nature, oh, this specific God from this specific religion exists,
So then how
right?
do you
I
know
think
God
that
exists?
just based on reality, just based on environment, based on the world we see.
But do you see why with everything I'm saying there, not going to say there's no contradictions because my wording can be weird, but your whole premise is a contradiction because you just said that there's this thing that is undetectable but is detectable.
Mm, wait, can we say that again?
You said there is something that is detectable, and I say you're
Mhm.
saying it's detectable because you're saying it exists. Like, to me, to even say something exists means you're saying it's detectable. Otherwise, how the hell do you know it exists, or how do you even know about it? By the way, like, let me say it that way: how the hell do you even know about it? Like, there's some planet that may
Right.
have life right now that I have no clue about. I could not tell you what it would look like because I have
Sure.
no clue what that would look like. That's what you're
Uh,
telling. That's what I hear when I hear people say God. Like, you're telling me there is something out there that we have never seen before, and you have
uh-huh.
zero proof, and we will never be able to find it, but it's there.
I mean, again, I think it really comes down to what we're really willing to accept, right? Me and you can, like, I can look at a car and it's
Mhm.
all its intricacies, and you can say that there's no proof that that car was made, and I would say, well, I've never seen anything that has this level of intricacies and all this mechanics that it comes from
Let's say
from a
you're from
mind.
a desert island. You've never seen a
Mhm.
car before.
Sure.
Go ahead. I'm just putting in the
Yeah.
scenario as you
Yeah,
continue. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I would look at that and I would say that this looks like something that was engineered or built, especially if it has some kind of function. It looks like something that was created. Now, who or what created it, I may not know, but I know that it has a creator. And I think when we look at human beings, look at animals, look at the ecosystem, look at how different animals work off of each other. They need each other. They have this system built around all of nature. I don't
Yeah.
know, man. I
You know
can't.
what's cool about what you just said is that
Uh,
it proves the point, brother. Like the fact that you
mhm.
have something to compare it to is how you know that it was made.
Okay.
You do not have anything to compare. Like, let's even take God out of it. Like, there's just nothing to. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's use God. There's nothing that compares to God. So how do you
Mhm.
even know what a God would be?
Well, I mean, that's us. I would say,
So you're
look
making
at
it up. That's my point. Like,
no,
we are
no,
literally
no.
making it
I
up.
said, no, you're saying what can compare. I'd say the closest thing we can use as a comparison is us
Yeah, but
because
we don't
look
live
at
forever. We don't know everything. Like
exactly.
none of that. Like none of that.
It,
That's not a comparison.
no, it is
We're
a
literally
compare.
just making it up.
No, not at all. It
No, I
is a
meant make it.
compare.
I'm sorry. Maybe this is why it's wrong. I meant comparing to something that we both see here because remember this has to do with the car. The reason the reason you can tell a car is weird. Let's just call it weird instead of created. If
Okay.
you came off of this island and you just saw a car, it would look weird, but you're
Mhm.
comparing it to every natural thing that you've ever seen. That's
Okay.
the comparison. That's why you can say there's something weird about this object because I'm comparing it to the trees I've been seeing, the bushes I've been seeing, the animals I've been seeing. You are literally
Mhm.
comparing your observations in reality with this car that make
Mhm.
it be like, wow, that's different. Now, like you said, you still don't know what's created. That's fine, but I get it. It makes sense to me for that person to look at a car. It's
Mhm.
like I don't know. Like I work in some weird places, but you could see some stuff you've never seen before, and it
Mhm.
doesn't like that's what makes it weird is that it doesn't look like everything else, right? You take your cell phone back 200, 300 years ago, it
Mhm.
looks weird, but
Right.
only comparing it to what everyone else knows about it, right? There is
Mhm.
nothing like that for God. Like you are literally just throwing God in there.
Yeah, but again, it's because God is not necessarily the subject in this case where we're looking. Okay, so I think we're missing each other somewhere, right? So if we're looking at a car and there we're comparing it with everything around it, the question we're trying to ask or answer rather is um one, was this item that we're looking at, this car, was it made? Now, I think that what I'm trying to say is that the answer would be yes, based on the complexities of that car. And we're looking at all the functions and mechanics. Things about it seems to have purpose and value in terms of how they function. If you take out a piece, something might not work properly. So someone out there, we don't know what or who, intricately put this thing together. And so what we're asking is, okay, is there someone who made it? I think the answer is yes, based on the complexity. So when we're saying what you're asking me about, can we compare in regards to God? I'd say we're missing each other there because I'm not asking about what are the other gods out there that we can compare to. I'm simply making the argument that there is one based on the complexity
And
of
I'm
nature.
asking, how do you jump to that?
The same way I just explained with the car, just based on the fact that we look at nature, you look at creation. Well, I don't know if you
Cool.
want to call it
Are you?
creation.
Would you say
Yeah.
aliens are gods?
If wait, if the aliens,
Because that could still be the case. Let's just do some
mhm,
Prometheus type stuff.
sure.
What if we are created like Prometheus? Are they gods?
Oh, if aliens are the ones who created human beings and everything that we know, then yeah, they're gods.
But they also can die. They're also just like us, as far as they just could make us. So what is
Mhm.
like? I don't know if we have the same
Definition of God.
definition for God. Then, like, is
Okay.
God all powerful or no?
No, so So here's we are working with what we know, right? And so
Mhm.
let me put it this way. The God that I believe in is the God of the scriptures. And
Right. So now
what I
it's all powerful. So we don't even have to talk too much about it. I just needed the answer
okay.
on how you think of God.
Sure, sure.
So if you think of God in that way, then the
Hmm.
aliens could not be God, but the aliens would make more sense. If you told me that
Hmm.
aliens are the ones that created us, it makes more
Hmm.
sense than God. And the only reason that makes more sense is because
Okay.
aliens would still be able to be in our reality. Like I could compare them. Like oh yes, it makes sense. But when you say God, you literally are invoking something that has never even been seen. Like we've seen life before. So the fact,
Hmm.
like, I'm not one of those people we could be the only things in this damn universe. But
Hmm.
like some people think that's ridiculous. I think it's just as ridiculous to say the other way. And it's because
Right.
I don't like just making up shit. I like to go off of what we can prove. There's no need to do all of that. Let's just do the research and
Okay.
like find out if something's true. Like if God, like especially the Christian God, there's no
Right.
reason for the Christian God to not be provable at all. There's
Well,
no reason.
there is a good reason. I mean,
Well, you're going to
the
make
fact,
up a reason.
no, it's not about making up one. I really think it comes down to the whole purpose, or rather um, the power behind how everything came to be. Like, if you're thinking that everything that exists now is something that an alien race can put together in a lab and make happen, then sure. I mean, that could be sufficient for you. But I feel like in reality, we're dealing with things that even scientists are still discovering till today about how things came to be. Like, if we look at the ocean, for example, and we're saying that God, whatever you want to imagine that to be, created this vast ocean. I cannot imagine that being a being that we can both see and touch, and like in
It
terms of
doesn't
like
matter what we
really,
can imagine. I think that's where we're going to
okay,
differ. Like, I
okay,
don't care about
but
how I feel about it. Like, I really don't,
sure.
because God can literally just be an asshole and be evil, but nobody ever says that either, right? Like, why does God have to be nice? But of course we're going to pick that version because, like I said, we're making it up, and more people are going to pick the one that's nice. Like, why is anybody going to heaven? Why isn't just some creature that doesn't give a shit about anybody? And that
Mhm,
fits our reality more, by the way. Like I said, I
mhm.
go off of what fits our reality. I don't make crap up. So
I,
if there's a God, guess what? This guy doesn't give a shit about anybody
I
and doesn't
disagree.
show up.
I disagree on
But
both accounts.
what proof do you have that your God shows up? Like, what proof, man? And you can't say the book because that's by people.
Well, again, we're living in different worlds, right?
Yes,
And
I'm telling you we are, yes. But you only
yeah,
want to live
but
in a different world when it comes to this. Me and you, if let's just take God out of it completely. If me and you
okay,
were having a conversation, not religious, you would
mhm,
be talking normal to me. Like
sure.
that's how dumb religion makes
Mhm.
conversations. I'm not saying make you dumb, by the way. I'm
No, no,
saying
I
that's
understand.
that's that's why religion makes conversations dumb. Like you have to start making stuff up, and then we're no longer speaking to each other anymore.
Yeah, but I feel like if I didn't believe in God, if I believed that there was no God, I don't think I would be able to have a normal conversation with anyone, honestly,
That's
because
sad. Why, man?
no, because nothing would really make any sense. Like nothing at all would make any sense. Like there would be no reason for me to have to believe anything anyone says because we're all in the same, like we're all the same fish in the same pond. Like there's no reason why I should think you have some higher claim to knowledge than I do, right? Because we're the same.
Well, we
So
we would off of being able to prove it to each other.
I don't think so because I would say how is what you're telling me proof of anything? Like no matter what it is, like there's some things I just
Because
can't.
you could go out in the
Mhm.
world with what I
Okay.
say and do something. I cannot
Mhm.
go out in the world and do anything but what you say. I still have to
Mhm.
do it. God literally does nothing. So, like, you can tell me God inspires people, but who's doing
Mhm.
all the work? The people. So when people, like when there's a disaster that happens and people are praying, Guess what would happen if everybody prayed and sat there? Nothing. God literally does nothing. And God does nothing for our conversation about building a society. It does nothing. Everybody has to step up and do their job. So what is the point of God? I can explain it naturally. I can explain it with nature. I can explain why you need to help each other with nature. When I say God, I am literally adding something that I can no longer prove, which to me makes you have less of a right to tell people how to make society. Because I am all about, excuse me, I am all about using things that other people can test so we can improve on it, not made up things that I can't hand to somebody and say, hey, make this better. You hand somebody God and you tell them that this has always been correct. That is dangerous. Like, that's super dangerous to tell somebody that this has always been correct when we know that's not what we see in reality, by the way. I spoke for a minute, so go ahead, brother.
No, okay. So, let's try to see if we can reach some kind of a common ground, right?
Okay.
If you are going about your day in your worldview that God doesn't exist, you are going to see everything that happens as just natural phenomenons of nature or whatever the case may be. And like, so for example, let's say you really needed a ride to work, otherwise you're going to be extremely late or lose your job. And some stranger just came to you and offered you a ride, and you don't know this person. You just say, "Hey, man, you look like you need a ride. You want me to, let's remove all suspension that this person is dangerous or anything. Let's just take it as the story goes. Like, okay, you hop in a ride and then you go, he drops you off to work and you're like really thankful for it. For
Yep.
someone who believes in God, they can interpret that whole thing a different way. They could say, oh my gosh, like I was going to be late and this stranger, and they'll see it as a blessing. Like maybe even an angel just came and, to help them get to work and things like that. So in those two worlds, two people are interpreting their reality a whole lot differently. And what I'm trying to say is that I, for one, don't see anything wrong in the person who is believing that God did this for them, whereas you are probably going to question that person and say, no, why would you believe such a thing? But I guess what
I
I'm
would
trying to say is,
question why
oh,
they believe it. I would not
mhm,
question them helping people.
okay,
I
well,
like whatever. I don't
mhm,
mind that, right?
okay,
If saying God allows people to go help people, that's fine. I would never try to take that away from somebody, but
mhm,
I would like to let them know that
mhm,
they don't need anyone else to be good. They are the ones that are doing it. I think that is so much more inspiring because it is something that can be passed on through generations without having to make up anything. Remember, my whole goal is to pass on the most honest information we can to make society better. At one point
mhm,
in time, bro, I do think all religious people were correct that it was good that we had it.
mhm,
And that's when we were a little bit more savage. We're still pretty savage right now, but
mhm,
like we need to make the next turn. Like we need to do better. We don't have to listen to something that was 6,000 years ago that won't allow me to edit it. Like that's insane that you can't edit the Bible when
okay,
obviously the Bible says some horrible crap. And this is just going back into the subject of the divine command theory. So I could try
okay,
to wrap this into that, where it's just
sure,
like there are horrible things that
mhm,
me and you both would agree with if it was another book. But unfortunately, what happens for you is that
mhm,
you probably will not be able to be honest with me when we start talking about things me and you otherwise would have
mhm.
agreed were immoral.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll probably reach
Okay,
the same
so let's go
conclusion.
to slavery then.
Sure.
God condoning slavery is now your excuse is what? Because there's no way you're going to say he did. So
No,
go
that
ahead, go ahead. Unless you're going to surprise me and say yes, God is okay with slavery, then all right, I'll give you a check mark.
well, yeah, I'm not gonna make an excuse for that. I think that slavery was part and parcel with the time in terms of how we look at
Cool.
I'd say,
And the only reason I'm stopping you, and I'm going to let you finish, but I like to stop when you're making a point that you should realize it's with the time, which ties to whose reality, mine or yours more.
what do you mean? I mean,
Like the fact that we both can admit that slavery in the Bible was with the times.
okay.
We talked about how our realities and how we would prove it to each other. You are proving my reality by saying it's in the time.
Mm-hmm.
You are not proving your reality about God.
No, I'd say
Do you get my point?
they're both true. They're
No,
both true.
because
Yeah.
no, I'm talking about which one makes more sense. Sorry. Like
In
mine
the,
makes sense that there was slavery and everybody was okay with it because that's what happened in that society. Yours
okay.
does not make sense when it says slavery has always been bad. God knows it's bad, but God commanded people to do it. That's not yours. Yours loses very easily. Mine
Yeah.
makes sense. They're both saying that this was bad, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, so that's where we agree. And this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, this is how you build a society. We're both saying we agree that slavery was bad. Now, if we're trying to come up with reasons on why slavery is bad, when you say God, I'm like, oh, I can actually just say slavery is good. I have more proof of it being good. You have even less proof because you're saying God did it.
Okay.
You're contradicting yourself.
I think I see where the disconnect is. So this is going to surprise you. It really, I think for me, whether slavery is good or bad comes down to what that means, what it entails,
Okay.
in terms of how we're defining what slavery is.
Owning another person, never good.
If that's, I would say, I don't know about that.
Owning, keyword,
Yeah,
owning.
yeah,
Nobody should be owned.
That's the thing. I can agree with you, but as to whether that's right or wrong, I would say that's up for debate.
Oh yes, but we're gonna both use our versions of reality, and you tell me how it's right.
Okay, so let me tell you how I think is right. And I know that people use this language loosely, but I can say with 100% confidence that I own my kid. Like that is my kid. No one can come and
You
take
do not
my
own your kid.
I do. I can say that 100%.
Bro, they
Like,
literally can come take your kid.
no, but here's the thing. Here's
Like
what
literally,
I guess,
literally.
okay, but that's what I mean when I say we have to understand what words mean, right? Am I saying I own my kid as in I can go and sell my kid and oh, my kid is like a merchandise or anything like
Then
that?
I don't know what you mean by own.
Own as in I have authority over my kid.
That's not the same. Like my boss has authority, but I am not owned at all.
Oh, okay. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? There's this language that's used. If you look at sporting games, like I think even this guy, the Christian guy, used the exact same analogy in one of your videos where he said sports teams talk about trading NFL players all the time. Okay,
I think that's Frank Turek.
Okay, Frank Turek. There you go. I think that's a good analogy as well. That people use these types of language that it will almost sound like slavery in a sense. Like, oh, you're trading that team, or trading that person to this person. This person owns that person. So again, I feel like it comes down to
okay. Well, that helps me actually tighten my rope as far as when he leaves. Like, say I leave my job, my boss no longer has authority over me. So it's like I get to choose when somebody has authority over me. Now, I get it. There's a whole system to that. And this ties into what we're talking about, by the way. There is a whole system with this. And the better the system, the more we both agree. Like, I agree that, hey, if I'm working for this place, the boss gets to do certain things. That's two agreements again. Now, if I go to, I would never take this job, but if I went to a place that said, hey, you have to listen to whatever the boss says because the boss is speaking to God. No, I'm sorry. No.
Okay.
But that literally is what you are telling me morals are.
No, well, again, not exactly. And I think you're
Well, wait. Did God tell you all the morals? Did God tell you? Do you follow like where did you get your morals from? The Bible, right?
Correct.
Okay. Correct. That's my point.
Yeah, but
you're saying that God spoke to some people and they are telling you how to behave. You are not telling me God spoke to you at all.
Okay, but yeah, I feel like we're missing some marks here. We're jumping and missing marks on
All
what we're
right,
trying
all
to
right.
say. So, um, when you said about the job analogy that okay, if you're someone is telling you that oh, because God told him this. I don't think that's how it works, even in the biblical times. Individual people who are owning slaves are not saying, okay, this is the agreement because God told me this. I don't think that's what's happening. It's again, think of it like a government
Then
structure
why did
thing
they
where
listen to God's instructions about beating their slaves and all that?
again, it really just comes down to how the same way that we are handling employees and everything, where instructions are given about how you can treat your employees, otherwise it's abuse and things like that. It's the exact same there. There's just simply handing down instructions on how to
From like
manage
corporate, right? Let's just
this
say it's
institution.
corporate, right? Corporate comes down and
Sure.
tells the rules. All right. Now, if corporate was all powerful, how would they handle it?
If corporate was all powerful, how
Yeah,
would they handle?
what happens? Because we've had that in history, by the way. That's why I like the way I look at things, because there's proof of stuff without God's. And it would prove my point of why you would never want somebody to have all the authority. What happens when the corporations have all authority?
I mean, they're they're gonna abuse it
Correct.
because
You
that's
become
just
a
what human
slave.
beings do.
You become a slave.
Hmm.
If there's countries right now that all the corporations or the government have all the power, the people are treated horribly because it is never a good design for there to be one moral lawgiver. That does not work well. We've seen it in society. And like I said, let's compare it. Guess what happens? The Bible has horrific things, just like our societies that have horrific things when we allow one small group or one small person to make all of the rules. It doesn't work well.
I mean, it works just fine if the moral giver is, if it's
The
a
moral giver will
righteous.
always think they're right.
But look at it. Okay, so here's the interesting part, right?
Mhm.
If God was made up by the Israelites, wouldn't you expect that every depiction of his relation to them was in favor of them in terms of how they behave towards this guy? Wouldn't it be more like they would be this kind of beacon of example,
They are.
and they would use that to kind of rule over other nations to
They
say,
they
hey,
they
look at
are.
this.
They
Okay,
are,
but that's
brother.
not true because if
No,
you look
they
at throughout
always know. Here's how you would tell a good story, man. And this was
okay,
done in other stories in that time.
sure.
These weren't dumb people.
Okay.
Like I'm not like they're only 3 or 4 thousand years ago. They're almost the same as us, or are the
Hmm.
same as us as far as we're
Hmm.
talking about genetically and stuff like that. There's very
Sure.
rare differences. They were people, so they were smart. So when you are telling a story and you're trying, and like I don't even think they were literally making it up, but it was
Okay.
stories to create what me and you are talking about. We're trying to
Okay.
create a society that we think is better, right? They didn't like
Hmm.
Rome's society for whatever reasons. It doesn't even matter. They don't like Rome's society. People start talking, groups start getting together. I do this with people I work with now. We get together, we talk about stuff. I talk about my vision for the future and we talk about it. And if I gained enough power, I would be able to implement the same system. Now, whatever I used for my reasoning behind wanting the world to be the way I want it to be is exactly the same thing as these people would have been doing back in that time. So they could literally, like, I could literally say, like, man, I really think there's something bigger than us that tells us to all get along. It can start that simple. And now I have a God. And then
Yeah,
those
but
stories just grow and continue and continue. And
oh,
as if it works out, by the way, because there's tons of religions that died because all the people died.
okay.
So if it works out, guess what? It turns into a religion. That's how cults form.
So throughout that whole thing, would you then, how would you, I guess, address your people or the people you're with when things, maybe they're not following those rules or whatever? Would you then, like, I guess even with you, like, because even in the Bible, even Moses didn't get to enter the promised land because of his own failings.
And I
So
like that story, even though it's not true.
Okay.
because you will not always get to make it to what you're trying to build. I do like the story for that.
Then I'd have to question it being again made by human beings, because the explanation you just gave is all well and good, but honestly, it means nothing, because every
No, but
single
it's
cult
a
that we've
reality
seen,
though. It's reality. If I'm
no,
teaching
because
somebody reality,
between
it's like, hey, don't not do something because you might not benefit. That's
well,
that is the story.
I
Do it
every
anyway
cult.
because it's right. Do it because it's right. That's the
Okay, but
story.
okay, but every cult that we've seen from history throughout, human history has all been cults that have been clearly shown to benefit the people who started it and the people who were running it. Like every single cult, they even treat the leaders as almost this messiah figures, but yet throughout all of scripture, especially in the Old Testament, all of their leaders have been shown to be flawed people. And one way or the other, they've led their
Yeah,
people
they weren't the ones
astray.
writing the story. I think you missed me there. The people in charge were trying to withhold the story. The story won, right? Like the people that wrote the stories about Jesus were not the people in charge. Those were the people that were trying to take over. And I don't mean take over in some evil way or anything, because I just told you when we're building our society, if me and you both
Mhm,
agree there shouldn't be murder, we should try to take
mhm,
over the people that think there should be murder. So
mhm,
I'm not saying that they were doing it in some malice way. They literally
mhm,
felt, and I might even agree, that
mhm,
their society was going to be better than the society they were seeing. So they
mhm,
start making it. And the only way you can make it when you are the oppressed is starting with
mhm,
stories. You can even go back to slavery times. How long it took is because there was no communication between big slave camps and slave families. They were separated. People often ask why people didn't revolt. There was a bunch of revolts at first when people could actually communicate with each other. But it's the more and more they spread out the slaves, there's less communication. So they could not build the society that they wanted. As soon as people decided to start trying to build that society, guess what? It starts with stories. Now you have
mhm,
slaves telling stories about how things are possible. And they use the Bible for some of this, by the way. Like
mhm,
they start telling stories about what society should be like. And then you grow it and you grow it and you grow it. And I'm even using the Bible because it still doesn't make it true. You you
mhm.
you use the stories to build whatever you're trying to do because stories are so inspiring. Like, and it's one of the best things that we have as a species is to be able to tell stories, and I can teach you a lesson without you having to do anything. Like, that's what's so amazing about stories, and that's why this book is so powerful to people, because that's what stories do.
Right.
They inspire you, man. Like, you go watch freaking, like, I don't watch comic books movies anymore because I hate getting emotional about fake characters. Uh,
Okay.
but like you go watch Iron Man and all them fighting Thanos, that shit makes you want to go fight some people, man. Like when they all in the line, like let's do this. You know what I mean? Like that. Captain America catches his the Thor hammer.
Mhm.
Like you don't like those stories are inspiring. What makes you think that these people could not have been doing the same thing?
Well, that's the thing. I think that it really comes down to what they're basing those quote unquote stories on. Are they basing it on things that they're seeing in their reality, or are they basing it on their imagination? Now, you would say they're basing it on their imagination. I would say they're basing it on things that they're seeing in their reality. And I think that's really where the
Example?
difference comes down to. Oh, I mean, example would be all the events that took place in the Old Testament, like the parting of the Red Sea. I mean, if I were standing there with them and I saw the sea parted in front of my eyes, I'm sorry, that's I'm not
Have
willing
we
to.
ever seen somebody put down a stick and part a sea?
I mean, in today's time, no, and I don't think we're going to see that, at
Why?
least not.
I think this is
Mhm.
where I don't think you have evidence because
Okay.
everything that I tell you, we would always be able to have some kind of evidence. You are telling me evidence stopped. That is
Mhm.
why what you are saying we should use to build our society is flawed.
Mhm. I
Because
wouldn't say
anybody can do what you're doing.
right,
I can get somebody that believes in Mohammed now, and
right.
they actually have the same right as you. I am saying neither of you have a right because you aren't using something that you could show anyone. That's the problem. Like I would be able to show my society to anyone and they would be able to understand it. Your society takes faith. which is the worst thing to build a society off of. It doesn't mean we shouldn't have faith, but it's the worst thing to build a society on. And that's why like our capitalism is kind of crumbling at the moment, because all of our fucking money is made on faith. So as soon as people start tripping, that faith gets a little shaky because it's not a good foundation.
Right. Yeah. You know, I would agree with you on the whole idea of, you know, capitalism and everything. I would say that building on faith, I don't think that's a necessarily even a, well, for one, I don't think that's necessarily true.
So then you
because
should not
again,
believe that the sea was parted,
well, why not?
because
They-
there's zero proof. You have literally zero proof. I'm sorry. I'll give you this 0.000.1.
Well, again, I think it's one of those things where
Or sorry,
people,
0.0001.
no, you're good. No, okay, so for me, it really doesn't, how I say, the sea being parted and all the miracles of the Old Testament, all of those things to me serve a purpose of creating what we have come to believe right now.
Wait, are they real or not though?
I believe they are. And
Okay,
that's the
that's
thing.
my point. So don't skip over that part. You are
Okay.
telling me you believe in something that is not provable, which is faith. And I am saying I win again because I am not basing anything off of faith. Everything that I build my society off of, you would be able to see it and know why I believe it. Let me say it that way. I have no clue why you believe in something that you cannot prove or see. That is the difference between why I think my way of thinking is better than yours. My way of thinking helps both of us. Your way of thinking helps only the people that can believe exactly like you.
Yeah, but again, your way of thinking, it's not really doing anything for anyone. Like
It is.
all your
Why do
way
you
of
think the
thinking is
Bible's
doing.
improved? Why do you think we don't have a society that's based on the Bible anymore?
What do you mean a society that's based on the Bible anymore?
If we lived in a society like the Bible, it would be horrible. We don't.
I would
We don't.
say no. I would say the society we have right now is really thanks to what we can glean from the Bible.
Everything that better happened in society after the point where I told you religion wasn't needed anymore, by the way. Every progression that we see has been outside of the Bible.
No.
Okay,
No,
so
I
then
don't-
that's
I
why
don't-
we don't have slavery anymore. Slavery is in the Bible. There is nothing in the Bible that says to not have slaves. If that's the case, slavery is okay. Like
Well,
slavery's fine.
Here's the thing: the people who fought against slavery throughout history have always been people who used the Bible to,
Yeah, because it was the
speak
only
against.
book that anyone used. You're correct.
Yeah. So
Like just like right now, when people fight, what is it? A lot of Chat GPT fighting. So it's there's no difference. If that was the source that everyone had to use, it's just because that was the source.
yeah,
It
and
doesn't
that's
make it
still
right or
relevant to
wrong.
today.
No, everything that's good that's happened. Name something in the Bible that made America better after they killed all the people that were here, because that was bad too, by the way, and that was religious. But I'm trying to give you an out. So like
Name something in the Bible.
name something in the Bible that helped us after the colonizers came over here and killed everybody. Like so now now we have America. Like I'm letting you skip that one because I don't want to dog it too bad. All right, so you skipping that one. We have America now. We have slavery that was from the Bible. Now start from there.
We're all created in the image of God.
Yeah, that's what they still have slavery, and it said that. It still
but
said that.
But that's the thing. That is the same tool that was used to dismantle it. There are people who can ignore those obvious truths. Here's actually the truth. I'm glad you mentioned that. They said that, and we still had slavery. So how did they speak around that? Guess what they did?
They had to use nature.
No,
they had to use real stuff because the book tells you to have slaves.
No, okay. So here's the thing. They had to dehumanize the slaves in order to say that these are not created in the image of God.
They didn't have to do anything because even the book tells you, the book lets you do both.
No,
The
how does
book
that
lets you
even
own
go?
slaves and just love them, whatever that means, by the
No,
way. Just
no.
love your slaves. That and
The
then
slave,
just love your
no,
slaves.
the slaves are still in the image of God. They're still human beings. What
Yes, and they
happened
still treated the slaves worse, correct?
worse?
You're
By
not
what
one of those people
standard?
that think that slaves were treated good, right?
No, here's
Okay.
the thing. I'd say by what standard are you saying that they got treated worse? If
Oh,
you're
come on, don't do that.
no, no,
Slavery's bad. Slavery's bad, bro. Come on.
I don't know, man.
And then we're even talking about the slavery we both would agree is bad. I'm saying in the
Mhm.
Americas, it was bad.
Sure,
Correct? Okay.
100%.
All right. So that's all we have to stick with. They use
But
the
you're paint,
Bible. They use the Bible to have slavery for 400 years,
you're
300 years, 300
painting
years.
slavery into history, that the slavery we know now into history, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I
Wait,
don't
say that
think I
again.
agree
Sorry,
with
bro.
it.
Say it again.
Yeah, I say you're retroactively painting the slavery we have come to know now into history, and I don't think
What?
that's a fair assessment of
No, no.
slavery.
I'm saying they use the Bible to condone the slavery that was here in America. I'm in America. Sorry.
Sure, they
Or
did.
sorry, I'm in the United
But
States. I shouldn't say
the
America.
the only way they were able to do that was to dehumanize the slaves by saying there weren't even humans. They were less than animals even.
No, that's not
Um,
even what the law said. The law said they were just lesser humans. Still humans, but lesser humans.
lesser humans, this is not human. I
No,
don't
but
know what that
wait,
means.
no, but that's no, it's still human. They weren't supposed to be treated like cattle, even though some of them were, right?
Okay,
They had bullshit laws, but there were
okay.
laws where you weren't supposed to do certain things to your slave. I'm just
Mhm.
talking about the United States, by the way. Horrible laws, but you were
I
technically supposed to be treated better than the pig.
But lesser human is just it's just a code
Uh,
word for not human. That doesn't make any sense, man. Like, you're a human or you're
Wait,
not. There's
this
no lesser
this is
human.
what gets me is now you're using logic to break down what I am saying, but when we start speaking about these things, your logic goes away.
My logic is always there.
No,
Like
because
that's the thing.
you are saying that in the Bible it
Mhm.
was okay that
Mhm.
God condoned capturing slaves.
No, no, capturing slaves. No, no, no.
Wait, what do you think happened when they go and take over a town, not a town, a
Okay.
city, and then take the
Mhm.
women and take the virgin children and women? What do you think that
Mhm.
is? Do you think they were
Yeah,
nice to them?
they're not. They don't capture the women and children as slaves.
Yes,
They
they do.
integrate them into their society. They're not captured as
No,
slaves.
bro, that is not integrating somebody when they are forced to do it on the fear of death. I don't know if you're serious now. There's
No,
no way.
no. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying people aren't captured. I'm saying that they're not capturing people into slavery. That goes against the law
Okay.
of
So
stealing.
what about the
You can't man
verses here?
steal.
Hold on.
Okay.
Go to what is it? The nations around you.
Mhm.
Let's see. Nations around you, you can capture slaves. Let's see. I know you know what I'm talking about here.
You
That's
probably
why I'm
have to refresh
confused.
my memory on that one.
No
If
way.
it's
Come
something,
on, man.
no, I
Come
mean it.
on.
If it's something that I don't know, I'll come back to
All
you
right, all
on it.
right, all right. Fair.
But
That's fair.
I don't
I'm used to
remember that.
everybody knowing like Deuteronomy and Leviticus. So
I
yeah,
I don't know all those
Deuteronomy
things
something.
off the rip like that.
All right.
Eh,
All right. Let's just go Leviticus. I'm going to put it on screen too.
Okay.
Leviticus chapter 25, 44 through 46. All right.
Okay.
Where's my notepad? Might take a second. There's my notepad.
Okay. Um,
All right. All right. There's our notepad. Let's go there. All right. We got Leviticus. Are you already reading it? Sound like you said you had your
no,
Bible or something.
I'm trying to pull it up right now on the
Okay.
computer. You said Leviticus what?
Let's go chapter 25, verses 44 through 46.
It's 25, 44, 46.
So I'm going to read mine here. As for the male and your female slaves, who you may have, you may buy male and female slaves from the nations that are around you.
Yeah.
This has to do with the buying part, and then we'll get
Okay.
into the capturing.
Okay.
Moreover, you may have some of the children of the foreigners who live among you, and of their families who are with you, with they have conceived in your land, and therefore will be your property. You may make them an inheritance for your children after you to hold for a possession. You may make slaves of them forever. Okay. Now this has to do with buying right now.
Okay.
Right.
Sure.
So are you in agreement with this one that this is bad?
And it's bad?
Yes. You would not want to live in this society.
I mean, if by today's standards, sure, I would not.
No,
Definitely not.
would you want to go back in time and live in this world where this could happen?
What are the options? Is the other option for me to starve to death?
To be here or go back there?
No, that's what I'm saying. I can't judge back there. I would rather be here, but you're saying I don't know what
that's
the
why I know,
condition was
but
for
that's
them
why I
to-
know you know it's bad. That's my point.
No,
you know it's
no, that's not-
bad.
No, but you're not being honest with the situation. Like you're comparing our situation here and there. You don't know what that situation was there. Maybe in that time that
So you are
was
saying
good.
there is a point in time you would want to be owned.
No, again,
I'm asking you. I'm just asking you. However you envisioned the slavery was back then, you are saying that you might have been okay with it.
If the alternative was what death and whatever, maybe that would be a better option. It's just
that is
there
somebody
are people-
like me and you probably I've never known what it felt like to go through slavery. I think that is one of the most privileged things to say, that you would ever be okay with being a slave. Like that is literally the one of the most privileged things, bro.
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm simply saying that, okay, here's the thing. Well, let me give you a good example.
Okay.
There are people right now in places working in coal mines and they don't live to see 40 and they're living in horrible conditions working there. What you're asking me right now is, would I rather go work in some corporate life or go work there? And I'm saying to you, well, it depends. What are the options? If I'm there, like those people, if it's between working in those coal mines or my family dying and not having anything, I'm gonna go work in those coal mines. That's basically what I'm saying. I'm
I
not
see the
saying I want to
confusion.
be a slave to anybody.
No, I see the confusion.
Okay,
This might be on my end because I am still envisioning both of our angles. Yours has God in it. Mine does not.
Okay.
Right? So I am saying with what you have, the story makes no sense. It is obviously I'm trying to show you the contradiction of you wouldn't even want to live there, yet you're saying God, like you're even thinking about it. That's what the point is. If I really believed in God, I would want to be wherever God was the most.
Okay.
And God seemed to be a lot back then. So I would transport my ass back to Deuteronomy and be able to see God. That's how much I would believe in God.
But that's a very narrow view of believing in God. I believe God is as present today as he was any other time in history.
And then now, once you say that, we move on to the next point on why God did not stop it.
On why God did not stop slavery.
Yes.
Like in that time. Well, again, it's like saying, why doesn't God stop capitalism in this time? Seeing as
I know why God doesn't stop it. You have to tell me why.
Because you're saying God doesn't exist.
Yes.
I'm saying that this is the system that is built, or I could even say that God has built for the time that we live. And really, honestly that simple.
Why does God have to go by us? I think we're in charge then. You would say no, but everything you're saying has to do with people. Like people are in charge then. There is no God then.
No.
God, what does God do? What does God do, bro?
God is the power that governs the people. So whatever you think people are doing, God is governing people. God is the one governing. He puts the government in place. All
right, cool. So God's like, okay, God's a lazy CEO.
No, he's not. He's very active in everything that's happening.
That's my point. What is God doing? What was God doing during these back times? Because you just said he couldn't do anything about it. So he had to let society do whatever they wanted.
He's not letting, he's actively causing everything that is happening.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Well, now you're saying that he wanted slavery, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, well, that sounds horrible, bro.
well, again, it goes back to the whether slavery, as we see it, is right or wrong, and all. It goes
Yeah, but
back
we
to
already
that.
agreed at least, like, I get you might have some wiggle room. I don't agree with you at all. I think
Okay.
biblical slavery was the same. That's why God delivered them from Egypt. Um, so it's just like it's like if Egyptians' excuse was, hey, they were just servants, you would have been like
Okay.
bullshit. And that's what I'm saying to you too, right? Like
Mm.
if I told you that the Egyptians had the same slavery as the Bible or as the Israelites, what do you tell me? No, right? You call me bullshit. It's bullshit, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say no, but we'd have to compare. We'd have to look at. We don't know much about the Egyptian slavery. We don't really know
Well,
what
no,
they
we
were
know
going
it was
through.
bad because God delivered his people from it.
Yeah, but
So that's how we
yeah,
know it's bad.
sure.
Okay, so it was bad. So if I told
Okay.
you that, hey, the slavery is the same, you now have to act like their slavery was different. It's the same thing you're doing with our slavery that was a few hundred years ago. It's the same
Okay.
thing you're doing. You're saying God's
Hmm.
slavery is this because I need it to be. So I have to make slavery be something else. And then these other two slaveries, which you have no fight in the game for, you're willing to be honest about.
And I feel like I'm starting to get confused. I feel like it's one of those things where
I am saying like your reason for saying God didn't do anything destroys the whole story
no,
because it's either good or it's not. Like God is contradicting himself. God saves Israel from slavery, or the Jews from slavery, creates
mhm.
Israel, and then allows them to do the same thing they were just delivered from. That doesn't sound like a God, man. That sounds like people making up a story to have excuses to do the same thing that was done to them. That makes sense. That is my point. Like, I don't like, I'm sorry this sounds confusing, but my point is tying
Mhm.
all of this together. My story makes sense. Your story does not. My story makes total sense if all of these were written by people or done by people. And now, honestly, the Bible looks normal to me.
Mm,
It doesn't even look that horrific anymore because I just don't even judge the past. The past was the damn
mhm,
past. Like, so
mhm,
when I read the Bible, the only reason I
mhm.
call it horrific is because there's people that are still trying to say that it was good. If we
Right.
agreed that it wasn't good, I would not even say anything. I was like, yeah, those are stories of what people did. That's true. People used to do that. Like, we don't talk about Genghis Khan in that way. He was one of the worst human beings that ever existed. But like nobody's doing anything with those stories because nobody's like building their life off of it and saying that he did anything good. And if they were, I would be attacking that too.
Right.
Like, you're telling me you are praising Genghis Khan in my vision, right? Like, you're praising
Mhm,
this deity that
mhm.
gets pissed off like a child, destroys
Okay.
the whole world that it
Mhm,
created,
mhm,
contradicts itself by saying, don't do this. That's why
mhm.
I'm saving you. Yet I'm going to allow you to do it to other people. Contradiction.
Yeah, I don't know about that because
Oh,
I
oh, sorry. The second
remember.
verse, Deuteronomy
Yeah.
20:14. Look that one up. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
Mhm.
Deuteronomy 20:14. Let's see. 20:14.
So I have it might be longer, but I have like a little snippet. And if you have more to it. But the women, the little ones, the livestock, and all that is in the city, even all its plunder, you shall take
Mhm,
for plunder for yourself.
mhm.
You shall eat the plunder of your enemies with Yahweh God has, or which Yahweh God has given you. So they get to take the women and the little ones and the
Mhm.
livestock. That is slavery, not the lifestyle. I mean, we should probably be better to animals, but I'm not one of those people, so I'm not gonna go there. Uh,
Okay.
Other animals, we are animals too, by the way. So it says, take the women and the little ones. What are they doing with them?
It just says they're taking them, but you're inserting slavery into that. So you're already inserting that.
No, no, we're gonna keep going. There's more verses. I
Okay.
just want you to focus on that one first.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
So, like,
yeah.
what do you say on that one? We have two of these now. We got Leviticus and now we have Deuteronomy. Those together,
Okay,
or is that
okay.
good or bad?
If that's good or bad,
Yep. Is that more? What do you want me to use? Moral? What words do you want to use?
I mean, I don't even know how to describe it, because this is something that they go into battle, they besiege a city and all of that, and then they take the women, children, basically women, children, and cattle, all those things for themselves.
Sometimes they would kill all the boys, though. So there's a reason why they
Really?
take the virgins. That's your key
Sure.
right there, bro.
Oh, sure.
So
They
then
would
why aren't
kill
you talking about that?
the, well, that's the thing. As far as if you're asking me if I can condemn that action, I would say sure, I would condemn it.
Well, then
If
that's it.
it's
Then what's our conversation? It was bad. It was
okay,
bad.
what you're, I guess maybe where I'm missing the whole point here is that, are you arguing that um this is something that God is like asking us to do like today, or like what's the argument? Is the argument to say that this is just bad, and therefore this divine being God told the people to do something that was bad? Is that what you're
I
trying
am
to say?
saying it is proof that
Okay.
this cannot be from the all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing God that you say
Mhm.
exists, because the story no longer makes sense if we're saying that God is real. That's like, this is the evidence that I'm talking about on what you have to do. Like, all the
Mhm.
evidence stacks towards your God not being real. All the
Right.
evidence that you have, that you
Mhm.
say you have, that proves
Mhm.
God real is nothing you can show me. I can show you
Oh, okay.
reasons why God isn't real.
Okay.
Like, the story doesn't
Uh,
make sense. The story makes sense from
see,
my angle, 100%.
yeah, because your angle, okay. So let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly. So your angle is that human beings are going to do the shitty things that human beings do, whether that's grape and plunder and kill and stuff like that. Whatever human beings do. Okay. Therefore, when we read a text like this, where it's being spoken of that human beings are doing it, you're basically saying that this is a world that, a world like this is a world where God doesn't exist, and these people are just creating one, maybe to justify their actions. But for you, this is regular human behavior. Whereas on my point of view, I'm supposedly arguing that um, this is a world where God exists, and God is, whether he's commanding these things, or he's I
Watching.
guess watching over it, or whatever the case may be. It puts God's own morality, or whether he's good or whatever, into question. So is that kind of where we stand in this matter?
I think you almost got that perfectly, honestly.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
so I'll let you keep going, since you sounds like you're understanding me. So go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So in that case, what I would say is this. Um, Throughout scripture, from beginning of Genesis to end of the Bible, and even till modern times, I would say that all of what God has commanded for the people throughout those times were, again, specific to whatever time and conditions that they were in. We can both agree that the ancient world is a very chaotic world, is a very like dog eat dog world, where
Yes.
the
Yep.
rules and regulations we know and enjoy today were not even hinted at back then. So I would say that I'm not trying to say that, oh, because what you're going to say is, but this God is a God who knows all. He's seen the future. This. He could have just governed them that way. I don't think that would have been the case, because
I'll
the
ask
truth of
why, but keep going.
oh, I know why. I know you that's
Okay.
but the reason I don't think that would have been the case is because God brings us to where we are today through those means, through those chaotic times. God could have easily, and the reason I say that is because, and God did it this way because that's just the way he chose best to do it. And I can see this based on everything else in nature. When you plant, when you want to grow a tree, it will take years for that tree to become whatever it is today and blossom and bear fruits. God, does that mean God can't just snap his finger and make a full grown tree with all the, yeah, he can. But
Yeah.
God chose to bring
I'm
about that
gonna
tree in a
let you
different way.
guess what I'm gonna say to that.
I
It's a
honestly,
okay, cool. That's fine. We don't have
go
to play that
ahead.
game. My bad.
No, you can ask. Yeah.
Well, it's okay. You already said never mind. But my point to you is why I think there's more guessing and using your own, not God's words. You have to use your own words to figure out why God didn't do it, which makes it more likely that you are just incorrect. Because I can point to even the Bible and be like, nope, God does speak shit into existence, bro. There is no reason for God not to do it.
He does, to show you.
So I have more proof that God does do it. You have zero proof that God doesn't do it, even according to the book.
No, not at all.
You're making up a reason why God. Does God say why he didn't do it? Does God say it? And if I'm wrong, cool. Does God say why God did not just create everybody how God wanted to? Let's just go there. Is there a verse where God says why he didn't do it? I don't think so.
No, if I can give you an example.
No, I want a verse out of the book. I'm using the book. I'm not using interpretation. I want words from God.
Okay. Let me give you an example or a verse out of the book. Let me give you a verse out of the book. The verse, let me see if I can first look up how to find that verse. So it's somewhere in Ecclesiastes, where it says that God has given humanity evil to humble them by it. Well, let me see if I can find it. I can find it. Humanity. Let's see if I can look that up and.
And then we'll do like another minute. I'll let you because I have one more person waiting.
Okay. Okay.
I enjoy talking to you though.
Hey, likewise, man. Likewise, is always to me, it's always edifying. I mean, I believe it or not, you cause me to go and just grow. My faith actually grows more.
That's not the greatest thing, but hey, I appreciate that you at least think about the things that I say after we're done, because I do the same. By the way.
Okay, yeah. Hey, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't think you would do the same.
No, I have these conversations for the same purpose that you probably. I like to think and challenge myself. I just have not found someone to make me think opposite. I think I'm pretty good at what I'm talking about here. But go ahead, I'm cutting you off. I said we only have a few more minutes.
So it's in Ecclesiastes chapter 1, I think verse 12 or verse 13. So let me see if I can pull that up. So
Ecclesiastes chapter 1.
Yes. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 1. Okay. No, verse 12 or 13. So let me see if I can find it. Okay, verse 13. So it says,
I'm using a 1:13.
Yeah, Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 13.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Good.
So it says, so I'm using a version that's a concordant literal version, so it might sound literal or different. So it says, I applied my heart to inquiring and exploring by wisdom concerning all that is done under the heavens. It is the experience, or rather it says, it is an experience of evil Elohim has given to the sons of humanity to humble them by it. So that to me tells this, basically explains the fact that everything that we're experiencing, all the good, all the bad, everything, the God is putting us through it. It's an experience of evil that we're given to be humbled, or in other words, to kind of just come to a certain state of mind that he's trying to bring us into, that we would have never came to had he just snapped his finger and got us to the finish line. So it's an experience.
I can say that probably was what I was asking for. Not the greatest, and that's what the Bible sucks in this. So I'm trying to be gracious to you, because I'm not trying to change the subject, but I do have to say this so you understand what I'm saying. We have to try so hard to make this book make sense that I can point out something that's just obvious. Like, I have to try to read what you're saying into what you're saying. That's how bad some of this stuff in the book is, because God doesn't just say stuff like slavery, right? God could have just said slavery bad. That's it.
Okay.
Like also, God could have just said, hey, I know this sucks, y'all, but I made you. You guys aren't going to improve. It is a horrible situation. This is how it is, right? Like just say it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let's say it. But what happens in the Bible, it's because it's written by people, by the way. We blame ourselves because that's the truly only answer that we could make sense, that it's our fault. So everything in the book blames us because, yes, if you're making a story that is supposed to inspire people to be better, what do? You make them feel crappy about themselves so they can improve. Like, that's literally one of the best blueprints. That's why the military does it. They break your ass down and then they build you to what they want you to be. That's exactly the same format that this book is doing. It's telling you that you are born sinless. Or sorry. You are born sinful, that you never can be what God needs you to be. You will never be like Jesus. It is one of the most obvious things to me that this was written by people that were trying to force people to behave a certain way. And it makes sense in my story. With your story, we now have to jump back and forth to why an all-powerful God chooses to not be powerful at sometimes, and then chooses to be powerful at other times, chooses to say certain laws, and then chooses not to say certain laws. And with the laws thing and the power thing, it's pretty ridiculous, because why do you tell me about not mixing fabrics and clothing, but not tell me not to own slaves? Why do you tell me not to eat fish, some certain fish, but not tell me not to rape?
Right.
Like, so this is so obviously written by people. It does not mean that there is no God. It means this book was written by people. I don't even care if God really spoke to these people. He still didn't do anything about what they wrote. Like, I think that even makes more sense, right? Because I am more about, tell me a story that even makes sense. When somebody tells me that this book is just true, it doesn't make sense. If you tell me some weird shit, like I've talked to people before they're just like, hey, bro, God's just evil. That still makes more sense. Like, they still have no proof of God, and I'll still tell that person that, but the story fits reality more. Your story of an all-loving, all-powerful God that decides sometimes not to do things, but does other things, but then chooses stupid things to actually get mad about. Like the ark falling down and somebody trying to catch it and you kill that fucker. Sorry, my language. Sorry, you got a baby next to you. Sorry, I apologize. Like that's horrible, man. Like, so like you have to look at the book in that light just to see why I and many people think it's so ridiculous.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. That's why I don't judge atheists negatively. I think that everyone has good reasons for why they came to the conclusion that they did, especially in regards to the scriptures. And I can definitely imagine how it would sound from the outside looking in. Reading some of those.
Well, then just step outside and read it for me so you can see it for what it is.
Yeah, I do that all the time as a thought experiment. I do it all the time.
All right, so then I'll see you agreeing with me soon then.
Not at all. Not at all. I don't know if that's ever going to happen because, like I said, it's one of those things where when you reach a certain stage in life, there's some things you just can't unsee, right? And I feel like that's where we are, where I can't unsee reality outside of it being created by God. I can't unsee that. I can't even certain events in my life. There's certain events in my life that I cannot unsee it as something that was supernatural or anything like that. And so it's one of those things where I'm never gonna be where you are. And but I know that eventually, maybe not in this particular lifetime, you're gonna be where I am, where you're eventually going to believe God. So
well, I'm sure you hope that or think that. I don't think you're being disingenuous with that.
No, not at all.
And that's why I think me and you can both truly have an honest conversation and it not turn into something else. So, all right, brother.
All right.
I appreciate you, man.
Likewise.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care, brother. Yep.
You too.
All right. Next up, and probably our last up. Yes, I do understand the military breaks you down and they tell you can do it. I get that for sure. Athletics works that way too. I wasn't saying that they just but I'm saying it is an old strategy. Now we are kinder than what the military used to be, but ancient militaries, I'm saying things were probably a little bit, I'm sorry, not ancient militaries, ancient societies were a little bit worse. We are a little bit kinder in our society now. But yeah, if that's what it sounded like, I didn't mean to say that in the military they just only treat you like shit. You had to be in maybe North Korea, something like that. Maybe Russia, China, maybe they do that. But no, I wasn't saying that about here. All right, let's bring up our next person. Hey, hello. Thanks for waiting. I hope your mic's good because you've been waiting a while.
Hey,
hello?
can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, good.
Hey.
All right. You've been waiting a while. I hope it was working.
Yeah, no, I was just calling in. I guess we can take the conversation wherever it goes, but
yeah, you tell me.
want to speak on your morality prompt.
Okay, yep, go ahead.
So how are you defining morality? Like, what is morality?
Things that we choose as a society to benefit society.
Okay, so you believe that morality can be subjective.
It is, to me, subjective, yeah.
So, in America, I guess we're both Americans. We know our laws, but in another country, if they say something is okay that's opposite of America, is that still moral?
They have every right to do it, just like I think we would have a right to fight against it.
But is it still moral? Two countries say.
Not to me.
Okay.
Yeah. It depends what we're talking about, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah. So morality can't be subjective, and I guess what I'm getting at, morality can't be subjective.
I think it is subjective. Yes, I think we what the heck is that? I think we sit here and make up what we want to happen in this game that we're playing. Like we're just playing a game, and we make it up, and then that's what we decide morality is. And the society that has the best morality probably lasts longer. I don't know if you were here for the first chat, but what I did say was the society that wants to keep murdering usually don't last. And we've seen that in history. Like societies that work better together end up lasting longer. And then when they stop working together, they fall. That's kind of what happens.
But that goes beyond the point of morality, right? Because it sounds like what you're saying, morality doesn't really exist. Like we're just making it up as we go.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
That's interesting. So, because I guess my claim would be is we can't really have any type of morality without a God.
Yeah, that's what the last caller was saying. But I call what you call God, I just call us agreeing on what we think is best. Because to me, all you're doing is making up God too. Like you're giving God its traits. Even if you take it from the book, you're using what other people said about what God is. At no time has God ever come down and shown you what God said. You are reading a book, and then that's from people, which still proves my point that it's all subjective because all of our stuff comes from people. And minds are subjective. There's no way to get out of it. So if anything's coming from my mind, it's going to be subjective. The people that wrote these stories, whether they heard from God or not, is irrelevant because they wrote down their subjective opinions about what God said.
No, I hear you there, and I would say, speaking from a morality standpoint, I think the Bible, and this is a claim, that the Bible gives a objective morality stance. And I'm not talking about like the Leviticus or Deuteronomy that has 500 Jewish laws or whatever those laws were. I'm talking about big picture, like using like the Ten Commandments. Like truly, those give us a good objective standard of what morality should be, and coming from God, quote unquote God.
Keep going. Was that it? Sorry. I thought you were going to
go. Do you have a problem with the Ten Commandments?
Some of them are very pointless. Yes.
Which ones are pointless?
Why thou shalt not have any other gods above me? Like, why would an all-powerful God even say that? Like, if I play the game with you about God, like, it doesn't even make sense for a God to say that. Like, really? Oh, that's weird.
Well, I guess when you go a little bit further, why is it weird, or why shouldn't an all powerful God say that?
If I'm all powerful, why do I need to say that? Who am I? Like, what's going on?
Well, I mean that speaks to, we have free will.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm all powerful. You literally, there's no fear in me at all. I don't care what you do.
Well,
Like
no,
I'm literally all powerful. What is there for me to care about?
I would say God still cares. I think I spoke when I spoke to you on Wednesday or Tuesday, or whenever it was. I think God still cares. I think God still has emotions.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense.
It
Unless you're saying God's not all powerful. Like what? Or not all powerful. No, it's all powerful too. It's all of them together. All powerful, all loving, and all knowing makes a thing that should not care about anything. Let me fix what I'm saying. Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
So I guess start with the powerful part. Why does something that's all powerful, why shouldn't they care if they're all powerful?
In that first commandment, what are they jealous of? That just sounds like a jealous commandment.
I guess speaking to your point, I'm all powerful, I'm everything to you, but yet you're still choosing something else.
Yeah, why does that thing care?
Because it's the thing that,
like, why do we usually get jealous? Because if we're going to give the God personal traits, we have to kind of use our definitions for these traits.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with it. Yeah.
Okay, so why do we usually get jealous?
Well, I mean, that depends. I would say that's kind of subjective.
Yeah, we can just go over some reasons maybe.
So, I'll give you an example. One that I would say you can relate to God, right? So I think I heard you say you're married.
Yep.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
So is it right for you to get jealous if another man was trying to get with your wife, or if your wife was trying to do something with another man?
I am going to answer most likely yes, but then I'm going to say this. There's been plenty of times where I have not felt threatened by whoever was flirting with her and literally watched it.
No, this is not necessarily a threaten, but
no. But I'm saying that's the only reason I would be jealous. I'm not jealous when I'm not threatened. In that scenario, I am not jealous. Like, no, like, oh, who's that guy? Okay. Now she could fool me and that be somebody she's attracted to, but me being jealous or not has nothing to do with that part. Like, like they're literally, there's certain people, like I have my own vision of who she likes. So if that person shows up and is all smiley and talking to her, there's literally zero jealousness in me. Now, if I see somebody that looks like me or looks a little bit better than me, in my opinion, by the way, I might be like, oh shit, I'm worried now. Now the jealousy comes.
Yeah, I mean, just taking like the worry out of it or the threat out of it, like it's okay to be jealous if that's your wife. Like, on a human level, you guys made a contract.
No, she's not doing anything though. You didn't say she was doing anything. You just said that somebody's flirting with her. I have no right to tell her that people can't flirt with her. Oh,
and on the opposite side of that too, if she is doing something, you still have a right to be jealous.
But now I'm jealous because we agreed on something. That's where you would be correct. Like we agreed that we wouldn't do that to each other. Now, if we agreed that we could, that's also fine. As long as we both agreed on it, that's fine. Like if there's an open relationship, I know people that are in open relationships. Yeah, that's fine. As long as they both agree on it. Like I said, we make rules to the game. It is subjective, but as soon as we agree to something, we now make objective rules according to the game that we decided to play. So when me and my wife exchange vows and decide to get married, we made a game. We said, this is what our marriage would entail. If you do anything outside of what we agreed on, you are now breaking the rules. It is still all subjective, but we made it as objective as possible by creating our own little game. And that's why certain marriages have certain rules. Certain societies have different rules. And like I said, everybody has a right to try to implement their rules. I'm not one of those people that don't think everybody has a right. That's why you have to fight for it. Because there is nothing out there that's in everybody's heart that makes them behave a certain way. Like you have to fight for it. I don't care if you believe in these 10 commandments or not. they can be there without a God or not. So that's why the God to me is irrelevant. Until God is proven, it's irrelevant. The
No,
fact
I hear you there.
the fact
No, I hear you on that part. Yeah.
okay, yeah, the fact of the matter is, it is all, the only proof that we have is that it's subjective. I get that you don't agree with me, but me and you would agree with each other all the way up to something that you decide to make up. I don't make it up. I go off of what can be proven. You start making up stuff by bringing in God, and then that's where our conversation would fall apart. Because if me and you didn't have God at all and we just went down the list of the 10 commandments, we would talk normally. That's why I tried to take the God one out first. Like, I wanted to take that one out.
No, this is talking normally. If I'm speaking objectively, the Bible says objectively, don't have another God besides this one. There's no.
Okay, so are you calling the Bible the game that I'm talking about, and not saying it's some special thing?
Yeah, my whole premise is this is in order to have realistic morals, there has to be an objective standard, and the Bible is giving that to you with the 10 Commandments.
I would agree with you on that, but I would disagree if you're saying that this came from a special being. That's where we would disconnect. Like, I would agree 100%. The Bible was written down to become that objective thing that even I was talking about, right? Like, the Bible was made to make a game that we could all agree on and make objective rules. Because, like the last caller I said, these were smart people. They know you can't build a society without some agreement on something. So they write the book.
But you would still have to touch on a point where objectivity has to exist to actually have morals.
No. We pretend that it exists because we made a game. Just like soccer or basketball, bro. The reason, like those rules aren't objective, right? So, like on their own, they're not objective, right?
Oh no, yeah, they are.
Wait, you're saying a basket counts as 2 or 3 points is objective without the game?
Yes, because whether it counts as 2 or a million, that doesn't matter. That's what makes it objective. Versus I made it count as 2 because I like the number 2. That's subjective.
No. But you're not looking at it how I'm saying, because I'm saying like there is no underlying thing behind the rule if it's by itself. Like, you should not have other God before me. Like, what does that mean? Unless there's a game. Like that rule makes no sense without there being a bigger game. There has to be consequences, which is the game.
Well, no, because if I guess we were back at that time when 10 Commandments came out, we knew there was this God that gave us 10 Commandments, and then we knew there was a bunch of other gods, and this God said, "Don't have any other gods before me."
Yeah, and the game would be life, I guess, right? Life or death.
Yeah, we can go there too. Yeah.
So I'm saying either way, there has to be a game, or the rule doesn't make sense. So that's why the rule on its own is subjective. Once we start making rules for a goal of a game, now they become objective to whatever the best possible outcome for the game is. So to win the basketball game, you got to score more points than the other team. Now there's rules that we would come up with that are best for the whole game. Right? That's why the rules change in sports. Sometimes the 3-point line used to not exist. We created a rule with the 3-point line because there was an objective for the game.
I would still say that maybe I'm missing something that you're trying to explain, because I would say that the objective part is what's key. Like, that's why it's important that we have something that's objective versus, like, you might say, like, it's subjective because somebody created it, but I don't think anybody created it. I don't think anybody. I guess I don't see where it would benefit somebody to create it, to create that.
Well, the example was we create stuff like that all the time, and our society gets better when we agree on the rules. Like, why do you stop at a stoplight?
Well, I mean, I would say subjectively and selfishly, because I don't want to get hit by any cars.
Well, yeah, it's all subjective, the reason you would choose to do it. But why do we all do it? because there's a greater game that we're playing, which includes not going to jail, not dying.
That's all selfish. I don't want to get a ticket.
Well, I already said it's selfish. I said it's all subjective. What do you mean?
You said it's a greater game. I don't think it's a greater game. I think it all comes back
okay,
to,
sorry.
yeah.
Bad wording. When I said greater game, I just meant I don't know what word to use. Because I don't mean greater as in better. I'm saying like that's like a mini game, and then there's a bigger game that has bigger consequences involved with it. Now, let me use the word bigger. Let me say that. Like there's a bigger game. Yeah.
I guess the challenger premise is like the Bible gives us, in terms of the Ten Commandments, the Bible gives us objective that we can't necessarily be selfish towards outside of those objective commandments versus what you said, not stopping at a stoplight. I'm going to stop at a stoplight because I don't want to mess up my car. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to pay a ticket. I don't care. I don't care if I'm going to hurt somebody if I go through the stoplight. I don't care.
Yeah, you could not care. Stuff. You could not care. And you would be unsubscribing to part of our game. Now, how society works is the more you unsubscribe to whatever that society is, game, you are now going to jail or being outcast.
I see your point. I think the Ten Commandments specifically were given more as a standard than it was for to live better, like for a better lifestyle or to have a better life. I think it's something that just is, in a sense. I don't know how to best explain it.
No, I get what you're saying. That's why I was bringing up the ones that make no sense, if that's true. Some of them make sense, right? So if it's let me pull it back up real fast.
So we can go to the next one that you said.
So the God one makes no sense to me. You shall not worship idols. It's almost the same damn thing again. That does not help. Same thing. That does not help society. We have two of them that literally doesn't help society. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord God. 100% even worse than the first two. Like that. Honestly, I could come up with some BS reasons, even if I would just play devil's advocate for not worshiping idols and not having gods before me. It would be tough.
So but here's the. I would say that's not BS in terms of like. I'm not saying this is for a better lifestyle. I think it's just because I don't know the best way to put it. It's like
you have to pretend God's true.
No. I'll give you an example. If I made a rule that everybody should drink water, I'm not telling you that because it'll make a better lifestyle for you. I'm telling you because you will die if you stop drinking water.
But that's a better lifestyle.
Well, there's not necessarily.
That's literally a better lifestyle.
You will literally die if you stop drinking water, though.
Yes, that means you will have a better lifestyle if you drink water. And there's going to be a gradient to it because it doesn't mean drink water all the time because that can be bad. Right? Like, so it's like, it's still the same thing. Like if you're saying I should drink more water, it's because I don't drink enough water, which still is part of what I'm saying.
No, I get it. And my thing is still going to be, I don't think it's more for something better or something like, hey, if we do this, if we all do this, our life will be better. I think it's for like,
what do you think? Then maybe this will help you with my thinking, because I am saying there is a base standard we all start with, which is selfish. That's why I agreed with you. I think all of our choices are probably selfish. That's kind of how I look at everything. But the almost everybody, whether they're evil or not, usually want to live. So we start right there. That is the beginning of our game. Now, back in the past, that's why the book makes sense to me. These people thought about that differently. So it looks that way. So the stories in the Bible make sense to me without a God. They make no sense to me with the God. Just like these 10 commandments, it might sound weird. These 10 commandments make more sense to me without a God, and they look dumb to me with a God. That's why I brought up, why would God say these things? No, people would, because a person, if I'm making a society where I want to control people, I'm going to say there's this being that's above me, by the way, because that's what a smart person would do. They see kings rise and fall all the time. So a smart person back in this time would be like, nope, we don't want one person there. We want to make a deity that's above us that only speaks to us. So now, thou shalt not have other gods before me makes sense to me. Now, you shall not have worship idols. That makes sense to me. because I am creating a system that has a superior being that I am going to talk to, that I am going to control people with. So now these rules make sense. These rules do not make sense coming from God. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God. Why would God care? What does language even mean to God? Like, does God speak English? Does God speak Hebrew? Like, what is the point of saying you shall not misuse the name of the Lord?
So I mean, there's a lot you said there, but
I know. I'll give
try
you
to address
time.
each
Go
one.
ahead. Yeah. You pick which one. There's a
So
lot. Pick which one you want.
yeah, my like I said, my premise is always going to be I don't think it's for a better anything. I think the standard is like you mentioned before. The standard is life, right?
Yep.
Everybody wants to live. I don't think if people truly knew what they were doing that was like hurting themselves or like that was going to kill them, they wouldn't do it. Like they're like you said, they want to live. They want. Yeah, that's true. Most people would not do it, but yet it seems like throughout our history of human existence, we're always doing something that's killing us. Like tell me that if we're so intelligent without a God or without anything, why in 2026 are we still doing stuff that kills us, whether it be individually or as a whole?
That makes sense in my reality. To me, it doesn't make sense in yours.
It does make sense in my reality is once again, if you go back to an objective standard that says, hey, objectively, God is giving you something that's showing you like, hey, this is killing you. You can't see it yourself, so I'm going to give it to you objectively to put it in your face, like, hey, you can't see it, but this is killing you.
If God is an not all powerful being that is in our reality, yes. If God is if God is just a little bit more powerful than us, whatever that means, by the way, obviously it would be way more powerful. But if God is also in this universe in reality, I could see what you're saying making sense because that being would have some kind of worry in a way. Like a God outside of space and time does not seem to like, why would it worry about anything? Why would it want anything?
So that goes back to what I was saying about the emotional part. Because like just because you know everything or all powerful doesn't mean if you have emotions, you still care, right?
What was God doing before it created anything?
That one I wouldn't have an understanding of because
because it doesn't make sense, right? So why does anything make sense with that God?
No, it's not that it doesn't necessarily make sense. If it's one of those things like we don't even need God for this. Like
we need God for it.
No, we don't.
Why? All right, go ahead.
Because we even without God, we don't have an understanding of what like exists. Let's say, for example, without God, science cannot even tell us what was going on before human existence. They can only guess. They can only say, well, we think this, we think that, well, we think this, and
do you mean universe? Because like as far as recorded history, we got a lot of proof what happened before.
Oh no, I'm talking about before recorded.
I'm sorry, not recorded. I meant like
a good example,
like dinosaurs and stuff. I was gonna say dinosaurs, like right. But we know a lot about theirs.
No, we can only guess. The only proof that we have that they existed was bones, but we don't know actually what was going on in their world.
No, we can kind of like. There's I'm not a scientist, but we can definitely know what the climate was like. We can know what they were eating. No, we can pretty much know, bro. Like there's evidence of these things. Why do you think that we like they don't go on rock layers and see the plants and vegetation that are fossilized and find fossils of other things that let us know what they lived like and what that was like? Like there's fossils before the dinosaurs, how we know plants and bugs were just freaking huge.
No, yeah, I agree with that. I would say the one example of the assumption is like I think there's something that talks about like they found sea animals at the top of mountains, or they found animal fossils in places where it didn't make sense. Like, it
makes sense if you know how geology works.
Well, that you will have to school me on that one
because all the mountains were not always mountains. They used to be at below, whatever we want to say. I don't know how to call it, but a mountain does this. So the peak at one point was not the peak. or sorry, at the bottom. I don't even know how to word it. It's weird. Like the ground just grows. It's like that's
No,
what
I get that.
happens.
You're talking
Yeah.
about like the plate tectonics and things
So it's just
shifting and
like,
moving.
so
Yeah.
of course there are going, at one point the mountains were underneath the water. So that makes sense. And we see it now. You can go to Hawaii and watch islands growing, bro. It's freaking insane.
I'll give you that one. I'm on the other side of it because I don't necessarily think that's the case.
Okay. Which part?
The part about the reason why the sea animal fossils are up in the mountains is because that mountain used to be underwater.
Yeah, but I thought we were only using the evidence that we could provide. That's how me and you go throughout our lives, right? So you can't tell me something made up. I'm just giving you the evidence that we have.
I'm not telling you something made up. I think well, I mean, in theory, the mountain was underwater, but you would say I made that up.
But
I think there was
that's the proof that we have because we can see it now. We can see there's new islands being grown all the time. That would be your mountain eventually, bro. Like that's how it works.
No, I agree with that. What I'm saying is I believe that there was a flood. That's why those sea animal fossils are
correct.
Up there
but there's no evidence of a worldwide flood, and there's more evidence that if a worldwide flood happened, the Earth would have been destroyed, like burned and like literally burned.
I think there is evidence of a flood, but it's the same evidence that you use to say that the mountains were once underwater versus.
No, but you have to use both, right? Because you can't just use one. Like I'm not just saying, hey, we see mountains growing now, so that's it. I am saying now I attack your story where you said the whole earth was flooded. There is proof, mathematical proof of what would happen if what the Bible said is true. Nothing would be here. And you can, like, this is just the easy research you can do yourself. Like, if the flood happened, we now know it is impossible. Now, here's what you have to do. Again, this is why I'm saying I like to stick with things we can prove because it gets ridiculous. Now, what you can say is, well, God can do it.
No. Leaving God out of it still, that's when I say there was a flood, right? You can look at something like the Grand Canyon that they say was carved out of water. So in order to have enough water to carve something that large, there has been a large body of water going through. That's one evidence for a large flood or a global flood. And there's other areas like the Grand Canyon where you see water literally carved rocks. Like, we
see carvings of rocks through rivers now. Yeah. At least I think you agree.
That your evidence for the sea animal in the mountain was that mountain used to be underwater. Because of the plate tectonics. And I was like, well, my evidence says it's because it was a global flood.
Right, but one of us have evidence, one of us is just saying something.
No, I use the same evidence you use. It's just your conclusion was
No, I'm using more than that. Because I was like, no, I'm saying like there's more evidence because we see it today. Like it's not like me just saying like, hey man, animals are in the sea. That means, because this is how you would kind of start providing, what's the word? Sorry. You would start experimenting because the first thought would be, hold on, where do we see sea creatures? We see them in the oceans. We see them in water. How the hell is there sea creature fossils in the mountains? Oh, from my knowledge of what I know in reality, we only see sea creatures in the ocean. So, hey, buddy, guess what? My hypothesis is that at one point in time, mountains were in the oceans. Now that sounds ridiculous for anyone that doesn't know what we know, right? I think that's true. Like if you were back in the time when we were really thinking about things, I think it makes sense to look at the person that said that and be like, yeah, right, bro. You think that mountain was under the ocean? You better prove it. But guess what, bro? We proved it. Like you can literally find papers and research on these things that prove that all the evidence shows that at some point in time, these mountains were under the water. That's what I'm saying. There's zero proof for the other. Zero.
No, there is. You're taking all the proof and saying that it's the other thing. That's what I'm saying. My evidence supports
there's No, I think I know what you're saying, but you're not listening here. There is no proof that there was a global flood. There is proof that that one mountain we're talking about, I know we're not really talking about one mountain. There is proof that and possibilities from our science that say, yes, at some point, certain mountains can be underwater. There is no evidence saying at one point all mountains were underwater. That's what you would have to say, is that all mountains were underwater at one point. There
But
is zero evidence for that.
There is. It's the same evidence that you're giving.
No, because you're missing that. You're missing the part where you're saying that it's impossible for all mountains to be under the water.
So I mean, I'm not, like I said, you said it too. You're not a big science guy. I'm not a huge science guy. I know a little bit about plate tectonics and how mountains are literally like the Earth's plate rising.
Have you ever heard of like I think it's like something about friction. So if there was a global flood, there would have been so much friction that literally everything would have went ablaze. So let me see if I can find that for you.
Yeah, I'll have to look up that
Yeah,
one.
but you can talk while I'm looking. It's fine.
Yeah. So that's what I said. Like every evidence that you can give me that there wasn't a flood, I think it's also evidence for a flood. And I don't think a global flood would be far fetched, in my opinion. I mean, I get it.
If you know the science, it is. Yeah.
I don't know, because even with plate tectonics, like there's been multiple times where you see with the plate shift, and then there's a huge tsunami that hits one whole, not the whole half of the earth, but hits one whole section of the United States or one whole section of a country.
How long was the mountains flooded? What is it? 40 days?
Yeah, 40 days.
Yeah.
40 days. No, it was longer than that. I think it was almost a year, 300 and some days.
It rained for 40 days. I apologize. Yeah, it rained for 40 days, 40 nights. So this is what I'm saying. Like, so you can even, like, I don't know, just look it up, bro. Could the earth have been totally flooded for a year? It's start looking up those things to see if that's even possible from what we know. Don't go off of what you want to make up or anything like that. I'm not saying the scientists are always 100% correct, but only thing that has ever happened in all of history is science disproves science. Religion has never disproved science. The fact that you have to use science to even try to prove your religion goes towards more of what I am saying. Like there is there is never one time that we have found anything supernatural. So I don't know why you jump towards that.
No, I'm not a religious person or a Bible thumper that says science is against the Bible. I think science and the Bible go hand in hand, and you might not hear a lot of people say that, but I think that's
all right. Let's go another one, like non-flood. Tell me where science works. Or sorry, tell me where science is in the Bible. We don't have to stick on the flood.
So I guess you would say God didn't create the earth because science tells us something else.
Because evidence tells us something else.
Okay, so we know what the Bible says about the creation of the earth. Give me one piece of science that would show that the earth cannot be created in that way.
The fact that there was plants before light. God created plants first, so. And what you're going to have to do is make up some special thing. Before you do it, I want to stop you because plants need life. Or sorry, plants need light. There you go. All right.
The Bible says there was light there. So you're gonna have to
go ahead. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Give the verse. Give the verse.
I'll pull it up so I can give you the exact words. But it says the first thing he says is let there be light. So light's there.
No. When we're talking about building the earth, why does it say? Why did it say it was darkness? So did God build light twice? I guess is that what we're saying? God built life twice. Light. I keep saying life. God built light twice.
No. I guess I don't get what you say on that part.
All right. So let's look up. We're going to Genesis 1, right? Like 1 through whatever. I'm assuming you're looking it up or getting it up too.
Yeah, I'm getting
Okay. Hey, I'm staying late. So you guys make sure at least go play my video in the background so we get those good bumps for the first hour. that first hour is so important with these videos, man. Like YouTube does not send that shit out if like your subscribers don't watch it in the first hour. Like it's so insane how YouTube works. All right.
So
go ahead.
The translation I'm reading from is NIV version. It says Genesis 1 and 2, and we're starting with verse 3. It said, God said, let there be light, and there was light. The verse before that, number 2, said that the earth was formless and empty, and darkness was over the surface of the deep.
Go to day 4.
You said day 4?
Yeah, that's when the sun, moon, and stars are created, right?
So I guess that's where we will disagree at, because the Bible tells us light. He created light before he created sun, moons, and stars.
So then why is he doing it again?
No, it didn't say again. He just said that light was there, and then he created the sun.
But, all right, cool. Now we're right where I want now. Thank you. I'm about to save you, brother. I'm about to save you. Here we go. All right. Now, here we go. All right. So we talked about scientific stuff, right? What does science tell us came first?
So
hold on.
I'm not a scientist. You're not a scientist.
No, you know this. What does science tell us came first? The sun or the earth? The sun, bro. Sun.
I don't know.
No, bro. That's how you get solar systems. There has to be.
Okay, yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
There's a large star and there's stuff forming around the star.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have the accretion disk. You know, that's the theory, right? Like I said, bro, this could be wrong, but all of the evidence that we have shows us this is true. And if science comes along and I'm 80 years old and this is all disproven, hopefully I'm still able to talk, because I'll say it was wrong. But all we have to do is go off of what evidence we have. We don't have to make anything up. So it tells us that the sun came first and then the earth was created. Like, oh, sorry, not even just the earth, like different planets. Who knows? I don't know exactly when the earth would have been created out of all the planets. There supposedly was other planets here too that got destroyed because everything was bumping around with each other. Science shows us all of that. Nature shows us all of that. We see planets being born now. We live in a great time. We can see planets being born, right? So the Bible totally gets destroyed by just that alone at the start of it.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not going to put the words in there, because it's as simple as maybe you're right. Science does say the sun is there first and then earth is formed, but it's possible that it could be rocks and dust that is the earth there, and then the sun comes and then that all gets swirling. All
the proof we know, because of how gravity works, is that that's not how it happens. Now, like I said, bro, why hasn't religion ever, why haven't scientists, not even religion, because I don't want to tie those things together, because there are religious scientists. Why hasn't science ever proven something that's like light coming first? That would the other way around. Plants coming first before the sun, like the earth coming first before a sun. Like, that's just science will never prove that, because that's not how it works.
So, I mean, in terms of the light factor, like, we know light is not just like what comes from the sun. We know light is from a scientific perspective, light is something. Like you can take a light particle, but like we know that there's light particles. So we know that.
Yeah, but we don't have light without stars.
I mean, I can't argue.
That literally is but that's literally what light is.
Well, we can have light. We can have light without stars. Like, other things create light.
Stars.
Well, I'm talking about like we don't have stars.
So like a nebula or something, right? Oh, I get what you're saying. Sorry.
I'm saying there's more things
okay. That's fair. Okay, sorry. You're talking about like fire, but to me that's still like combustion and stuff like that, right? So okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't think we have to go too deep in that. So I think if you were being fair, you would have to join my side on creation.
I would still say no, because there's enough here, even in Genesis, that tells me that it's plausible. Without using the word, without using the word God.
We don't use the book to make it plausible. We use what we can prove to make it plausible. I thought that's what we were doing.
Well,
Like we all like to make your point, you have to use something that I would agree on. You agree because science shows us that, like, you may say they could be wrong. That's fine. But we both still agree that the evidence shows that the sun came first.
I would say the evidence does not necessarily show that.
Okay, well, that's all right. I thought we agreed on that. That's fair.
That's what I said.
I thought we agreed on that.
No, my statement was that it's possible that the rocks were there, and then the sun came and pulled all the rocks together. So
right, but now you would have to show me, because we're talking about science. This is how we got on this. Now you would have to show me the scientific proof that shows that a planet can form without some kind of star have been being there.
No, I mean, we can see it in our own universe where rocks and stuff are just floating around, and then
around stars.
No, I'm talking about in that. So in that event, like, let's say that the sun came first. In that event, the sun has to pull those rocks and dust from somewhere. It's not just all of a sudden pulling from it nowhere.
So
right?
then God did not create light first. You're saying you're saying rocks were there first.
Based off this scripture, verse 2 says the earth was formless and darkness was there, and then he said, "Let there be light."
But but hold on, there's light, but you're telling me, like, I'm trying to play with you on yours. Like you said, let there be light. Was there rocks then?
Yes, based off of what the verse is saying.
But it doesn't say it till the second one.
What do you mean the second one?
Like, it skips something. Like, maybe you made me just see something I haven't seen before. It says God creates the light and separates light from darkness. That's one, right?
Yep.
Okay. So now all of a sudden, God separates the water and creates the sky. So is there earth there or no?
Based on verse 2, it says the earth was there, but it did not have a form. And it was void.
So which means it was already there. So where do we get God creating land?
Well, it says that it did not have a form and it was void. So I can't define that for you. If I'm thinking it's, without form and void, it's not fully a planet yet. Maybe it's just rocks.
But so then why aren't we told that God created all of that? You're gonna have to come up with something. This is my point, by the way. I don't have to come up with anything. I can just use science, and then when science doesn't know, I can say I don't know. But your story falls apart completely.
No, I'm giving you the verses. And then I'm speaking on what from a scientific standpoint.
When was the earth created?
So verse 1 says, in the beginning, that's when it was created. God created the heaven and the earth. And then verse 2 says the earth was.
But no, wait. We said let there be light first.
No, that's verse 3. Verse 3 says, let there be light. And that's after it says the earth was
formless. Well, remember when we started this conversation, I asked you which came first, the sun, which is light to me, or the earth. And you said the Bible says light did come first. Now you're telling me that the earth was there first. Which one is it?
Sorry. My full conclusion was that it's possible the earth is dust and rocks, but the verse says the earth was there and was formless, went out and empty, and then it said, "Let there be light." So there was light. There was light before.
Okay, what does the Bible say then? Tell me the order so we can establish this order.
All right. Verse 1.
Okay.
Heaven and earth. That's verse 1, and then verse 2 gives you details about earth.
So I am saying the Bible is wrong right off the bat. Then, if we are saying that the earth was formed first, I said that was wrong.
I said the key part is it's possible rocks and dust are still there. It's not a fully formed planet, but
we are all like, to me right now, the Bible is your science, right? And then I'm just I'm just using the science book, and I'm saying my science book says this is wrong.
So
The
do you
earth was
think it's
not
a-
here before the sun, which the sun
So
is
you-
my light. That's what I call light, right?
So
I'm just,
you
go ahead.
so part one, you think that rocks and dust have to be floating around a planet. Like it can't just be out there floating around.
From all no, after everything has been like all the universe expansion and all the stars being made, hell yeah, shit gets flown everywhere. But from what we know, this is the order of the things that happen.
I guess my premise is, and like I said, it's not using the Bible. The Bible only gives me the picture. I'm using science in this one. I think it's possible that dust and rocks were floating around. Light was here, and then there's the order of actually forming the earth, like you mentioned in your from the science books.
So God created the earth, and then you're saying that includes all rocks and comets that became planets. That's included in that creation.
That would be my guess. And
Right.
That's from a scientific
We're not
standpoint
supposed to
of-
be guessing. We're going off of what we can prove, bro.
Once again, that's what scientists do. They are guesses. We don't.
Yes,
we don't
no.
100% know.
If we would guess, I get that, but we have answers right now, right? Like all the science shows that the sun came first, bro.
It's still a guess. Like you can't tell me you 100% believe science. Like 100%. 100%.
I as close to 100% believe that the sun came first.
Okay, that's a fair point. I'm talking about, but bigger picture, science itself. You 100% stand on science.
No, we don't have to play it that way because you you know what? Actually, I can just give you an answer. Like, no, I don't believe science I don't believe a scientist. Science is different than like what someone says something is. Science is the process to find out what if what someone said is true or as close to true as we can get.
But my point is, like I said before, I'm not a religious person or a believer. I'm just gonna use a believer. I'm not a believer that says science is completely false and it's all God. I believe it goes hand in hand. Not that science is over God, but God can use science to accomplish what He's doing, and that's what it is. Like science is just what God is doing.
But bro, you're like I get that, and I think you would probably be a better part of the society than other people because you're literally just saying science is God.
Yeah,
but you just put God in it. I mean, that's kind of whatever to me.
No. For example, you said it's not possible that the Earth is here before the sun and before light.
From all knowledge in all of human history, yes. That's why I'm saying I'm almost as closest to 100% sure on that as you can be.
Okay, so that part I would say I think there's a possibility that
sure.
Earth was a rock and dust floating around.
Sure,
and then something happened.
Is it possible that ancient aliens is true?
Oh, that's a no.
All right, so you're almost the same, close to 100% thinking on me on that too. There's a reason for that because all knowledge that we have shows that there has never been aliens that showed up and created our society. Now, I think you would have to be honest, just like with me. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible.
No, I don't think aliens are possible.
What?
Well.
No.
I don't think aliens are possible.
What? Okay. All right. Well, then I don't think you're being as fair as I was being for you then.
No, I am being fair.
Because I'm saying I said I'm as closest to 100% as I can be. Because I was trying to grant to you that yes, even anything you're saying is possible. Like I was trying to grant that for you. It's like yes.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean on that point. But for me, aliens is a thing. I don't count that as science, and aliens is a thing to me that I don't think it's possible.
But aliens make sense though. Aliens would make sense because we know there's life. So to me, somebody thinking aliens are possible makes sense because there's life, and we happen to be in a universe. So what makes it zero chance that there's some other place that has the same thing? We see all of the same things out there.
So aliens is a tough subject for me because you would have to be able to define alien. Like there's no way that a human or anything can define alien. Like you have to help me. You have to help me understand that one.
For us, literally, it's just people that are living things. It could be bacteria too. Living things that aren't on Earth or from Earth.
Okay, so I mean, I would still disagree on that part.
Yeah, but what evidence do you have? I don't have any evidence that there's not. So I'm just like, it's possible.
I don't think aliens is a thing. Well, can ever be a thing.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why. I'm more curious now. Like why?
Because I guess for me it just doesn't. That's something that wouldn't make sense. Like for example, there's billions upon billions of living things on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. It would be too hard for me to understand how something outside of where life is in existence, right? And I guess going one step further is how come we have not found it, heard it, seen it, tasted it, X, Y, Z.
We have found all the building blocks of life. We have not found life, which is why I am like, man, we literally could be either the first or one of the first. Everything could just die once it gets to a certain point, or the space between everything is so far we just never find anything. Those all line up with reality.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. My thing is I wouldn't be able to call something aliens if it has all the building blocks that we have. I don't think that's alien. I think that's just us on another planet or us in another universe.
You think life, just life. You call life, which that's fine to me too. I just was saying, if we did find other life, we would distinguish it as non-Earth life, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can say it's not Earth, but I would say
that's all alien is. That's it.
Okay, maybe I got too much science fiction in my head right now.
Like we can say non-Earth life. That's okay. I'm cool with that. Like alien, you might be right. Like if we ever find some other life, maybe that's a bad word to use because it has so much baggage with it. Like you could be correct, but that's just language. Like that's whatever to me, right?
I guess that's why I said I struggle with that, because I think if we did find something else that was alive, it wouldn't be alien in the sense of aliens versus predators, or all the. It
wouldn't be made of something that we didn't know about. Is that kind of?
Exactly. Like it's in my opinion, every living thing has to breathe. Every living thing has to eat. Every living thing has to have some type of body to move around and do stuff with.
Got it.
Versus what the aliens you see on movies is always like a blob or
that part's whatever.
Something like something crazy.
Yeah,
that's part of okay. I think we're on the same page then.
Yeah, that part's good. All right, what's next? What you got?
Okay, I know we started on morality, but
you can kind of jump around. What do you want? You're gonna be my last person I talk to, so you did well. You kept me on here for another hour.
Yeah, I think on whenever you had your last call, I had asked you about. You made a comment about. That's where we were. So you said God being all powerful, all knowing, that He can't have emotions. Like something that's all powerful, all knowing can't have emotions. It shouldn't care.
Let's use those words, because in my opinion, it should not care, and if it does care, it's evil.
Okay, so starting with the care part.
Uh-huh.
You're using the standard of, since humans have emotions, the all-powerful, all-knowing God that's not human should not have emotions. Is that your premise or your claim?
Yeah. The creator should not be scared of its creation unless it's also fragile like the creation, I guess.
Okay, so when we say scared of its creation, what do you mean by scared?
Like the example I gave you of jealousy, that's why I gave it. Like there's certain people I'm just not scared of. Now, whether that's smart or not is irrelevant to the conversation. There's certain people I see you and I'm just not scared because I don't feel like anything you could do to me.
But I guess the premise is like jealousy is not always like, I think I'll ask the reward. So jealousy is not always a fear thing. Jealousy is not always a threat thing, anything like that. Jealousy is as simple as that's mine and I'm jealous because
somebody can take it. That means you're weak.
No. Because someone else has it.
Oh, you're right. That's fair. Okay. I like that analogy there. That's true.
Not because someone could take it, not because or anything like that just because someone else has it. That's my only jealousy. Like
So
I buy a brand new car. Oh, go ahead.
I'll fix that then, because I'll grant you that argument that jealousy in that form is probably not the best example. Let's see. If I have a baby, I should never be jealous of the baby. Even if the baby gets more attention from my wife or something like that. Like, there is no reason logically not logically, actually, we can come up with stupid reasons. I'm saying, like, I cannot be good if I'm jealous of that baby.
I disagree.
Yeah, I
Right.
know.
So let's say you are a dad and you give your child up for adoption, and you see the kid having a great life with its adopted parents, and you're jealous.
Okay.
That's the example that you. That's the example.
I'm not jealous of the baby.
Oh, you said jealous of baby. Well, when
like I'm saying, no, that's what I'm saying. There would be what circumstance would should I be jealous of the baby?
No circumstance. I don't
Thank
think God's
you.
ever jealous
Why should God ever care about people like that? Like, who cares? We're babies. Like, there is literally zero reason for God to care about anything like that. Like, we can't offend God. Like, a baby can't offend me, bro.
So being jealous, I guess.
No, we're not doing jealous anymore. We're not doing jealous.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So he cares because it's his creation. It's his thing that he created. Like, just like you, like the example is you created a child. You care about the child.
Say that last part one more time. Sorry, I was reading.
You created your children and you care about them. And
yes.
here's the same thing that you're saying, right? That it's all powerful and all knowing, all that. It shouldn't care. Why do you care about your kids? Here's a good example. Humans should not care about kids at all.
No,
because
the reason I have feelings and emotions about my kid that make my choices is because I am a creature that can be harmed like the child. So it matches. Like I'm saying, in my reality, it matches. With a God, it does not.
It doesn't, because why do you care about the thing outside of you that can be harmed?
Because
harmed.
Evolution makes me care. It makes sense.
It doesn't.
Every animal we see, just about, tries to protect its offspring in some way. Even the animals that leave the offspring at least hide the offspring.
And you would have to explain to me the why.
Hey, welcome, Nafisha. Thank you very much. Welcome back. The why? Because we want our genes to pass on. Not necessarily we want. Evolution works that way, as to where it's trying to replicate. So genes get passed on. We have sex. Animals have sex. Flowers have their version of sex. Like, it's just what happens.
You would have to explain to me a little bit deeper than that. Because why do I care? I'm the being who's in existence right now. Uh-huh. If I pass on, it does not matter if my genes pass on or not.
Yeah, I'm
dead and gone.
Yeah, that's cool. I get you. The animals that didn't care died off. The ones that survived were the ones that
like, it doesn't matter if they died off. Like, you're not.
No, you're right. In the long run, you're so right. In the long run, it does not matter. Like, we have been here on this earth for such a small percentage of how long the universe has been here. You are 100% right. We literally don't matter. I agree. But our brains make us feel like we matter, which ties back into our whole conversation. That's the reason we make up stories. All of these things, brother.
No. It's because those emotions the emotions are not the science. Because
emotions are scientific, yes.
No.
We are getting to the point now where you can start reading people's chemicals and know their emotions before they even are about to have them. Like, everything that we have found out, like I said, I will grant you every time that it's possible we will find out something that we don't know. That's why I like science. I am able to do that.
Let's go a little bit deeper.
You aren't.
Why? Oh, I can. I haven't used God per se just yet. In this conversation
you do keep using God. You just made God make the universe in a way that's impossible.
No, because I'm just asking you questions like, why are emotions useful for humans? or for beings, or
Because
things that are alive.
so the more social the creature is, emotions come into play. So like we have very social, like mammals are very social. That's just how it is.
But it regardless of if you're social or not, it doesn't.
Well,
it doesn't,
you asked me the reason. That's why.
Oh no, I'm asking what usefulness, like what's the utility? Like evolution. Evolution
Because
says that survival of the fittest, right? What's the utility?
survival of the fittest is kind of like a bad way of putting it. And
natural selection.
In reality, what it is the environment plus whatever the creature can do, and if they line up, the creature survives. When the comet hit, the dinosaurs, the way they lived, no longer lined up with the environment, so they died. And the ones that had the evolutionary genes to survive survived. They didn't do anything special. They didn't deserve to survive. That literally is just what happened.
The challenging part about that is we still have animals surviving today that aren't necessarily adapting to their environment or adapting to whatever's going on somehow. Like for example, the emotional standpoint. You said, it's part of.
Remember, emotions is just a part of it. Of a trait that social creatures just seem to have. Now, whether I don't know if bugs have emotions or not. Like we would just have to research that together and maybe come back on that. But as far as I know, like things like chimpanzees that have like wars with each other, like they seem to be emotional. They seem to think on that kind of level of emotion. They get jealous. There's experiments where you give one of the, I don't know if it's exactly monkeys, but you give one of them one grape, and then they see the other get 2 grapes, and they get jealous, bro. There's emotion. There's emotions involved.
That's a good example, because
why not?
That's just an animal, and if I'm
an animal, but they're noticing something.
Yeah, I'm hungry, and that one got more food than me.
Right, but that made them feel a certain way. That is what an emotion is, right?
Maybe I was speaking on the jealousy part. I'm thinking that's more just I'm hungry and that person has more food, or that thing has more food than I do.
Now, okay, here's where this might help you, because a baby can't see that, right? Like, okay, so that's why I'm saying the more social you are, the more emotional you'll be. Like a baby isn't very social. It just whines and cries. It doesn't even really probably know why, and then it grows up and gets more social. And then as it gets social, it gets jealous. It starts seeing things. But it takes that socialness or that social gene. I'm making that word up, by the way. Nobody use that. I made that up. It takes that social gene, and emotion is what comes from that.
I actually take it back. I've seen a baby get jealous before.
But it still would be doing the same thing. Like literally, I don't like to be fair, like it's still a creature. It's still a human creature, right? So I'm saying, like a newborn baby is not getting jealous.
No, yeah.
All right.
I got kids. I seen my 1 and 2-year-old get jealous when mommy pick up another kid.
Yeah. So to me, that is the answer to the question of why. That's how social creatures behave. The same thing as, why does a spider weave a web? Like, that's just what it does, bro.
No, food. If I weave this web, something gonna fly in.
It's not just for food though.
But it's a part of how they eat.
It uses what it was given to use it. I'm sorry, it uses its genes and its traits to conquer the environment, which is the survival you're talking about. And if something ever happened to where, I don't know, if the air was different and spiders couldn't weave webs because of the air, they would die off, or at least those spiders would. And then guess what spiders would survive? Spiders that didn't need to do that. Everything is explained by nature.
Oh, I mean, I'm fine with that explanation part. I'm talking about the emotional part, but we can bring it back to.
Oh, okay, you're right. I did go off on a little bit then. Okay.
The all powerful, all knowing God, not needed in emotions, right? I don't know how we got off subject so bad. Yeah, that was it. So we spoke on jealousy. I gave my reason. I said he could be jealous because that's his thing, and it's it's somewhere else where it should. Well, you say you shouldn't be, and then he said I forgot the other emotion that you were speaking on.
I know I said God shouldn't have to worry about anything.
Oh, worry. Okay, so yeah. So what's your example on like war? When you say worry, like what is he worrying about?
A good one for me that made me start kind of thinking about this whole thing was, we already did jealous. That's a really big one for me, by the way. What would be another one? God is just really jealous, bro. All the examples I get are jealous. Like every Bible story I think of is just God being jealous.
We know being jealous is not a bad thing. Like we
No,
gave you an example.
if you're all powerful, most of the time being jealous is going to cause bad things.
Well, is I guess in that case, like for example,
Actually, you know what? We have to stick with jealous, bro. Literally, people will burn in hell forever because God is jealous.
Okay, so explain that one to me.
Because God isn't good enough to just be like, hey, y'all don't want to be with me. Here's your heaven over there. God is so damn jealous.
Okay.
All right, cool. I don't have to finish.
That's tricky. Yeah, that's a tricky one because you think hell is eternal fire and
any punishment at all.
Things.
Any punishment. It doesn't even have to be eternal fire. If being with God is quote unquote better, it's still stupid to me. God can create the same damn scenario because it's God. Like, I don't care. Like, if nobody wanted to be with God, fine. Send you over here. Nothing's bad about it. Why can't God do that?
Create a scenario where
everybody that doesn't want to be with God and Jesus and believe in the Bible, go somewhere that's still just as nice. Like, why does God have to make some weird ass rule that if you don't want to be with me, there is some form of punishment?
Okay, so I see. So this is my standpoint. I don't think it's a rule, and I don't necessarily think it's a punishment in that sense, right?
What is a punishment to you?
We had this. I think we had this conversation before, right? So if you touch a hot iron and you get burned, did you get punished for touching the hot iron?
No, that would be a consequence. But now give me
so there you go.
But no, give me a version of a punishment, because it's not the same thing.
It is.
Just so I know we understand what punishment is, I just need to hear another version of punishment that would be a punishment.
Okay. I think the example I heard you use before. You told your kids not to play on the stairs. You're gonna fall, bump your head. They play on the stairs, fall and bump their head.
Okay.
Is that a punishment? Is that a punishment or? Oh
no, I agree with you on what consequences are, but I'm trying to make sure we agree on what a punishment would be.
I think punishments fall in that same area, and it's not always. I don't know the best way to put it, but it's not. Punishment is not always in the sense that humans call it, right? Punishment is as simple as there was a result of you did something that you shouldn't have done, and now you got the consequence or the result of that thing you should not have done.
Okay, I disagree a little bit, because I think a punishment needs someone to dish it out. Like, that's what a punishment is to me. Someone's dishing out what they say is your consequence. That's kind of funny how it works. Like, it's literally someone dishing it out.
Same thing.
No, because you can have a consequence without somebody doing something.
But so
like, the kid falling down the stairs isn't me pushing them down the stairs. And I'm about to tie this other things, but I just need us to agree on what this is first.
I agree. So I would say, like, from a higher level, God gave us natural punishments. That's if you touch something hot, you'll burn yourself. If you're doing something that's gonna cause you to fall, you're gonna hurt yourself. If you do certain things, you're gonna get a consequence. You're calling it a consequence, but I think it's the same thing as punishment. Something is going to happen when you do something.
I think you're saying that because you think God, everything happens with God anyway. Is that why you're saying consequence is the same?
No, I'm saying that's
nothing happens without God.
So biblical example, right? You would say that God said the rule was don't sin or you would die. But I would say no, God, in the world God created it, if you're sinning, that's what's causing you to die.
Okay, so
like, God's just putting it into place. Like,
God is living by rules. So God is not all
No,
powerful.
it's not a rule. I would say it's not a rule. It goes back to my other example.
Can God make it different?
So I guess that's another thing.
Yeah,
Yes, he could. Yes,
okay,
he
so
can.
then that's my point. So now all of God's consequences become punishments because God can do differently. Like that's what I was trying to help you. That's what I was trying to help you understand. Because what a punishment is someone being able to dish it out or change it. And that's what grace. That's what grace would be too, right? Like I give you grace by not punishing you. If I'm to use some of your words, the reason God can say God's giving grace is because God's the one dishing out the punishments.
So it's still consequence of punishment. Like it's still, I guess it's still the same thing. You can say it's dishing out punishment. Yes,
that's why I was trying to get you to see that you do believe God is everything. So you are calling you're calling the punishment a consequence, but you still believe at the same time God controls it all.
Yes. I agree with that. I agree. Agree. I would just say I'm putting the onus more on, instead of it being a rule, I think it's just is literally, if you do this thing, this is the consequence that's happened. It's not, oh, I made a rule and that's like, no, it's like you.
Okay, so say a parent is doing that, right? Parents have the ability, for better or worse, to dish out consequences for their kids, right? So now I put a set of spikes at the bottom of the stairs. And I tell my kid, hey, don't go near those stairs. You're going to fall. I don't tell them about the spikes. I just say you're going to fall. And that's the version of you're going to die to me. Right? You're going to fall. They don't know what that means because they don't know there's spikes at the bottom of the stairs. They fall down the stairs, fall on the spikes, and die.
Well, okay.
That is me setting up the punishment.
Why wouldn't you tell your kids there were spikes at the bottom of the stairs? They're gonna
Why didn't God tell Adam and Eve what death was? No, he did not tell them what death was. He did not. There's no verse in there that he tells them what death is.
No, I get that part.
But no, you can't skip that though. You can't skip it.
I'm not gonna skip it. I don't know. When I think about it, I would wonder, okay, why didn't he tell them what death was?
Like why didn't he sit and explain it to them like you're requiring for me, which every right you have, to explain something to my kids? I 100% should. Otherwise, I am a bad person. That's why God is bad. That's why God doesn't even make sense. I don't even think God's bad for real because I don't think this God exists. I'm saying the story shows that it doesn't make sense. So either you have to change what God really is, which is what almost all modern Christians do, because this book is so horrible, they have to make up God. Nobody's living from the God that Paul and Jesus even believed in. That God was horrible. So modern God is totally different than that God. You in this conversation?
Oh, no.
All right, go ahead.
So going back to what you just said, that God. Oh, okay, I want to stick on the topic first. You said punishment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Going to hell is a punishment.
Yes.
Okay. Part two of that, dying, or I guess the next thing is dying is a punishment.
I can think of some times where dying isn't necessarily a punishment. I do think somebody's suffering should be able to not be around anymore. So I don't know if I could say that. I do think people have the right to take themselves out. I just hate when people take other people with them. So I don't know how you want to handle that one, but that's, if you want to know my opinion, that's kind of how I feel about death.
I missed the first part. You said death is not a punishment.
Death can not be a punishment sometimes. It's all about if the person is okay with it. There would be circumstances where I would want to die. I'm sure of it.
I think we can agree there. I think we can agree there. So here's where I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
If death was a better option for humans after they sin, would you agree with that? That better that God let them die than let them live forever in their sin?
Let's just say that's true. If the story's still the same, I still blame God for even allowing it. And like I said, we either change the definition of what this God is, but if we use the definitions that we have, this God is a very ignorant, very evil, just a bad God. Because if I made everything this God did as a person, you would agree with me that it's bad.
Well, you would have to give me some more things that.
Like I just said, like having a weapon in the garden and just telling your child not to touch it. That's bad. Allowing a criminal into your house and then not even telling your child about it. That's shitty. Like, what if I just allowed a stranger into my house, didn't tell my kids that there was going to be some stranger in the house, and then the stranger did whatever it wanted to them, tricked them, whatever the case is. We don't even have to make it graphic. Like, just say the stranger tricked them into doing something. Yeah. Whose fault is that?
The challenge is, I don't know if that's apples to apples per se, because
wait, it's the same thing. The snake in the garden is bad.
Yeah. No, I'm saying like you're saying that Adam and Eve are kids or like babies, but I don't know how much like babies they were, because like
we know they were babies compared to knowing knowledge of good and evil. To me, we would call that a child. Like remember everything I talk about, I base it off of what me and you would agree on. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So we would say if somebody doesn't know right from wrong, they are either mentally not there or they're a child, which is almost the same thing.
Not always the case. There's people who are.
What circumstance would we say that? Give me an example.
There are plenty of adults who are just naive. Like they either grew up they grew up somewhere where everything was, it's not like say good, but like life. They're just, let's say for example, someone lived in a small town where there was no violence, no crazy things happening, and they get to a big city and see all this stuff, and they're like, oh, I didn't realize all this stuff was happening because you're just naive.
Sure, like I think of the movie The Village, by the way.
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
They have there's this group that decided to make their own society out in the woods, and then they teach their children these horrible stories about there being a monster. So they stay in the town and they don't go to the real world. It's by M. Night Shyamalan. It's pretty good.
I can't use that example.
Okay, all right.
I'm just joking, but no, that I would say giving Adam and Eve a little bit more intelligence. Like if God told them not to do it, I think they were smart enough to say like, okay, it's a good reason, or it's good enough that God told me not to do it.
Obviously not, bro. Like, wait. I mean, it's pretty obvious they weren't smart enough to not do it, dog.
No.
They did not know the consequences. They did not know the consequences. Like, I think I get your point, and I'm trying to grant a little bit. Like, they at least knew God said not to do it. And I would grant that because the story does say, like, even Eve kind of says, like, well, wait, God did say not to do it, right? Like, so, like, I get it. And then Adam for sure knew that God said not to do it. But they did not know that the spikes were at the bottom of the stairs. God did not tell them that one.
And you say and I guess, so go back to your point, you said that's a problem. That makes someone cruel.
That makes the parent bad. Or not even bad. Let me not use that word. That makes the parent negligent. Yes, negligent.
And
because you can't be a bad parent on an accident. That's true. Do you think God did it on accident? No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because he's all knowing, right?
So the next part of that would be, you would not agree. I think it was okay because he could redeem them, he could restore them, he could recover them from whatever they did. Humans specifically, he could recover them from whatever they did.
I do not think no matter just because you can help or fix somebody, you should not be able to do whatever you want to them. This definitely ties into the divine command theory.
No. I didn't use that. Do whatever you want. Allow whatever you want, yes, but do whatever you want. I think whatever you want to Adam and Eve.
You cut out a little bit. I don't know if your phone's running out of battery or something.
Maybe is this better?
Yeah, it's back. That's good.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't use the words that he does whatever he wants to do. I would say he allows.
Yeah,
He allow
okay.
whatever.
If I don't use does, that's fine because I think do means there's more fault at it. But I would still say he is a negligent parent for not either removing the spikes. But if I grant you that, I still think it's silly because he's all powerful. Let's just say the spikes had to be in the garden or at the bottom of the stairs. I should do everything in my power to make sure that even if my kids disobey, that they are not killed. That is my job as a parent.
That's the part where maybe human comparison it doesn't work because
yeah, I know.
If I can bring you back to life or restore you, then I don't need to keep you from falling on the spikes.
All right, cool. Because now you're to the point where I always try to get people. Let's stop comparing God to people. And then you will truly understand why I think it's stupid. Because God can do anything. Now, we just said you can't compare to people. Now, let's just talk about God for real. Don't compare God to people from now on, and you will get it. And you will get out of this shit. Because you'll get it. If you cannot compare God to people, God makes 0 sense. You have an all-powerful thing that wants people to worship it, that is perfect, that is supposedly... Wait, do you believe in the Trinity?
Yep.
Okay, so supposedly there was the Trinity that is already perfect, and for some reason, some perfect beings wanted to create imperfect things so they could be glorified.
No.
What is the purpose of that?
So that part where you say imperfect beings, the Bible does say we were created perfect or we were good.
No. I'm sorry. The Trinity is supposed to be perfect. The Trinity.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So why do perfect things create?
So
you're gonna have to make them into people, by the way. There's the only solution.
No, the Bible says it was for God's glory.
Yes, that is a person's trait.
No,
you cannot, this story makes 0 sense. I really hope you listen to me, brother. This might be our little last moment real fast, but I think if you listen to what I'm saying, you will get everything. You cannot, God makes 0 sense unless you give him human traits. You have to make God a human.
No,
you just did. What did you just say? What did you just say?
Okay, you're gonna have to give me an example of for my own glory.
People want glory. We want glory. We want to feel special. That's why, we want attention. Babies want attention. It's in us from the beginning. We want people to think that we're special. We want people to care about us. We want people to give us all the food. We want people to save us. Literally, that is a person's trait. And that's why the book makes God that way, because it was written by people, brother. God is nothing special. God is just a person that has a bunch of power. That's it, bro.
That's challenging because you can say that, but I think it's humans taking that quality and making it for themselves versus the other way around, like you mentioned.
Wait, hold on, no. You just said there was already 3 beings. The Trinity is supposed to solve the problem of this is my understanding of what the Trinity solves. It solves the problem of people asking about where morals come from, right? So if morals are supposed to be something that is just the perfect way of existing, then you would have the Trinity, which were perfectly existing at one point. Right? They have the same mind, which means they treated each other exactly how they were supposed to be treated, which is just like a perfect thing. If everything is already set, why are they creating imperfect things?
So in that part, and I guess we're gonna have to continue that another conversation because
that's just my understanding of it. It could be wrong.
Yeah. I don't think there's a definitive answer even within the Christian circle on that, right?
Yeah.
If you look up something called there's a Bible theology thing called Moliism. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's basically one of those things where it says like, okay, God is all knowing, all powerful, and he even in being all knowing, all powerful, he still has the choice to do or not to do, because he is all powerful and all knowing. And then with that, maybe he had these options to, like, for example, what you're saying, like, oh, he should have did something else. Like maybe he did have those options that he could have chose from, and still being all powerful and all knowing, he chose the one that he wanted to choose. And that's not a, oh, I made it up. That's an actual theology thing. And
I would agree with
possible.
that, but that still goes into whether God has the right to do that.
The right, yeah. If you're all powerful, all knowing, yes.
And that's where this whole conversation is at. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that just because you're all powerful, you get to do whatever you want. And you wouldn't want to live in a society that way. So it's weird to me that you're okay with that when it comes to God, but in reality, you would be with me on the front lines if this government was trying to say that we all had to go in cages.
You're right, but I guess,
so that's my point. Your natural tendency is against it, and then you expect me to be okay with this non-natural tendency to think that some being, just because it's all powerful, can do whatever the hell it wants to me. Hell no, bro.
Well, the other premise is you have to say that being does not want to hurt you, does not want to harm you, does not want to see your downfall. And I know you would say like, oh, look at all this stuff, but like I would still say humans.
If the being didn't want to see my downfall, it should have never. Within its reasons, this is my point. This is why the all-powerful God, you have to make God into a human in order for anything to make sense. You literally have to. And that's
no.
You cannot give me a reason why an all-powerful being would have to do anything. You only can say it chose to do it.
Oh,
which
okay.
Now,
Yes. So
right.
No,
go ahead.
So that goes back to that theory I was telling you, or that theology that I was telling you about before. It's not necessarily a have to. It's just one of those things. I would say it's one of those things that's hard to explain, right? So if you're all powerful, all knowing being,
that's what you
let's
chose.
say, for example, you have the ability to create.
Yeah.
If you don't create, is that an issue?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, in this scenario, and I hate using the word honestly, I've been honest. In this scenario, it would have been better for God to create nothing. That is true. I do believe that.
That part we don't know. I would say you're right in the sense that it's the choices are either create nothing or create this, but I don't know. Maybe there's some other choices within there that we just don't know.
Yeah, the choices that maybe God had to create, and then that is another that's another problem.
That's why that would be tricky. That would be challenging.
Well, I mean, it would just cause another problem. If God had to create, then okay, then what does all powerful mean?
Well, I guess when I say have to create, like, it's one of those things. It's the same argument that we're having. Like, if you have the ability to create and you don't, does that make you an evil person or a cruel person?
Only create, like we're taking out the all knowing.
Yeah, it's still all knowing too.
If you're all knowing and you know the things you create will suffer, I call you immoral. Yes.
Okay, so that's a challenging part, right? You have this ability to do something, and you don't. So you can still say God is cruel. And okay. So I would say your argument is always going to come back to God is cruel and mean, because either way,
that's the proof.
Yeah. I don't think. I think there's some.
But the reason I'm saying it's proof is because I switched out God for the government. You agree with me?
Well, I don't think the government is always for people. I think but
that's what they say though. No, hold on. That's what they say. You're telling me this is what God says. I'm looking at the evidence. I'm saying God's a liar or not real, right? And if I pretend with you that God is real, then God's a liar. So which means God's bad. So now look at the government example. The government tells me, hey, everything I'm doing for you is for the benefit of you.
Well, that's the tricky part though, because government says that they say the benefit is for the people. not just for the individual.
Yeah,
But
well, that's
God
what I
says
meant.
that
That's what I meant by you. Yeah.
God says that it's for the individual. That's the I would say that's the difference.
No, actually, God says it's for God.
Oh, yes, sorry. But parts of the Bible do say it's for the individual as well. So
But it's
for
all
God's
for
glory,
it's all for the glory of God. That's
Yeah.
why even people's punishment is for the glory of God. So it's not even about whether it's good for you or not. It's all about God, which is a dictator, which is bad.
It's still what would be best for you. I think it's best for you. It's still
No,
what's
nobody
really better for
deserves to
you.
nobody deserves to be punished for something that they couldn't control. That's the key.
Okay. So I mean, I think I said this before. The only thing that I would agree with, non-believers or skeptics on is the fact that we did not choose to be created. But anything else after that is a choice.
Yeah, but as soon as you say we didn't choose to be created, that literally is a domino effect. There is nothing that's your fault then.
No,
it just sucks because you were created
you still have a choice.
You were created a certain way.
But you still have a choice to
you have choices within your box. You don't get to make your own box. Like you like right now, human beings, we're not going to grow. Everybody's not growing to 10 feet tall. Maybe one day, but it's because our box is limited at the moment. You cannot do something that's outside of your box. Creation is the box. So everybody that is going to sin since the beginning of creation is a box that God put everyone in, and you had zero choice of sinning. There is not one person that could have not sinned. It says it.
No, so I guess that's another theology thing, right? Because
but wait, you can't use the book sometimes and not use it other times, bro.
No, I'm gonna use it because we don't. I would say the Bible doesn't necessarily say without 100% fact that you could not, like someone could not sin. It just says people don't. They choose to sin. They desire to sin.
God says, "I made statutes that you could not follow." What is that verse?
But I guess my point is like it's not a I can't do it. It's a I desire it so bad that I'm always going to choose to sin.
But God knew that no one would ever be able to do it. That's why Jesus was a part of the plan in the first place, right?
Yeah.
So then, yes, it still proves my point. God knew that you didn't have a choice.
No, you still do have a choice.
If I did we talk about choices before? Because I don't want to redo it.
No, I don't think so.
Because these are interesting to me. The whole free will thing is a very interesting thing. Like, hold on, somebody messaged me. Hey, it's better for y'all to message me in chat. You go ahead. Since I'm typing, I don't want it to be dead air, so you go ahead. You there?
Sorry, I was just correcting you on the statement of you said that it was not possible not to sin, but in the Bible says it is possible, but we desire it more than not. We're desiring to sin, not that we can't do it. So we do have a choice. We do have a choice.
Well, I know the Bible says we have a choice. I am saying if we look at the evidence of not having a choice about how we were created, you are now set in stone of what your limits are. And the limits happen to be, since Adam and Eve sinned, we are now all going to sin. That is literally what the whole story is about. Now we are all cursed to sin because of Adam and Eve. There was no choice. You did not have a choice on whether you could sin or not. That's
why that might be a different topic for a different time, because I don't necessarily agree with that, because I know there's
well, what do you think original sin is?
That's what I said. Certain subsects of Christianity say original sin is Adam and Eve sin, and then now all humans are born with
why do you think Jesus could not be born of a man? This is your other proof.
Why do I think Jesus could not be born of a man?
Yes. Why did God have to do the Holy Spirit? It tells you.
I mean, I think that's part of what's needed.
It was needed because if a man had given the seed to the woman, it would have sin in it. The Holy Spirit had to impregnate Mary because it could not have sin.
No, so that
now, don't get me wrong. I think the story's made up, by the way. I don't know if you believe in the virgin birth or not.
Yeah, I do, but that theory, I guess that's one of the things in the Bible I would say there's some debates on, like original sin. Like, are you born with it, or is it just the fact that humans have that desire?
Okay, so then you would have to give me a better explanation for why Jesus needed to be born of a virgin.
Just to fulfill the prophecy that it's God on earth. That the scriptures all point to God being on earth.
So then, why not be born at all? Why not just come?
So that part fulfills also the law, his original law.
But wait, why make the law that way? You're missing my point. Like,
what do you mean by why make the law?
Why make it so God had to fulfill a prophecy in the way that needed a virgin birth? Even though there is no prophecies about virgin birth, by the way. I don't know if you know that one. But that has to be another subject too, I guess.
Yeah, I have to look back on that one because I don't know the full details on that one. But I would say, and this is just based off of my understanding of the big Bible story, it has to be that way so humans can be redeemed or have a chance at redemption.
Yeah, do you see how we're back in the circle of somehow an all-powerful being that can do anything has to do something?
What do you, I guess, so you would say that, he could have just changed it if he wanted to change it.
If God's goal is, let's just do the virgin birth so we don't keep going back to the same subjects. If God's goal, it was to come to earth as Jesus, God could have just made Jesus. And the reason I can say that is because the Bible shows me plenty of times where God just does something and just happens. Let there be light. Boom. Let there be Jesus on earth. Boom.
You had to explain that part to me because
I'm saying God. I'm saying Jesus could have just showed up. Boom. No virgin birth.
I mean is I have never seen a human that just appeared. It's always through another human. Like they're always.
Wait, hold on. Now you're trying to get scientific? What?
Well, no, you said
Bro,
you brought it. You brought it to this.
No. I'm saying, hold on. Maybe I misunderstood you. Sorry. I am saying, hold on. Are you saying the only way it could have happened if it happened how we normally have it happen?
No, you asked first part. You asked why did it have to be through the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
So part one is it has to be God. Part two is why can't it just appear? Because it also has to be human. So that's why it has to happen the way the Bible describes it as.
But God made Adam and Eve. What is Adam and Eve?
Human. What do you mean?
Right. So God could just have made Jesus human.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So
there's nothing God could not have done differently, which defeats God.
This part is just my opinion.
Yeah, sure.
I think that breaks the line of, like, for example, if they just create another human, that logically that wouldn't work for his laws because that human and its lineage didn't sin, right? So if I create another human, instantly right then and there, that human didn't sin. So what do I have to go through all this process for if that human didn't sin? If all its kids aren't going to sin, whatever you want to call it.
Versus wait, are we still talking about the virgin birth?
Yeah, you said why not instantly create another human? I don't. That's my opinion. I don't think that's why.
That's fair. I know you're getting your opinion, but the only reason I brought that up is because you said it had to be a human, which I was like, well, yeah, we already have. We know God can make humans without birth.
And I think that's more the technical part of it. Like I don't think he would create another human. Otherwise, I don't think he create another human because that wouldn't follow the technical side of human sin or this set of human sin. Adam and Eve's lineage is the one that's sinning, not this newly created human.
So then Jesus should have been able to sin, and I don't think you agree with that.
So that's another debatable thing because people will say that
I think Jesus did sin, but it's all good.
Oh, I don't think he did sin, and I think
I don't know. But we don't have to go into that. That'll be our next one.
Sure.
I don't think a lot of people say that, by the way. I do think Jesus sinned.
You have to point that out to me in the
that'll be a fun one. That'll be a fun one.
Yeah. I'll look it up for next time.
Yeah. All right. What else you got? I'll let you end it.
Yeah, no, that's it. We can end it there. The last thing that I was gonna say, that I don't think people will say like Jesus couldn't sin. I think it is the fact that he could sin, but he just chose not to. He did not have a desire to. So that's different than that he couldn't. You know.
Got it. I don't think there's many stories that would prove my point, but I think there's a couple of them I could wiggle with. And just it's more for fun, by the way, because I also like I don't even think we can say what Jesus really did because there's freaking like 16 years of his life missing.
Yeah, there's
So-
a good portion that we have no knowledge.
Yeah,
of.
so
Well,
like
yeah, we
why
have no knowledge
why
of.
would I think that what anyone's saying about Jesus is true when they left half of his life out?
That's a good point. I'm not going. I wouldn't argue it because you're
Yeah.
right. There's a whole history missing.
Yeah. But all right, brother. That was fun, man. Hey, I really did think that was fun. That's 2 good calls in a row. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. I enjoy coming on the chat and chatting with you, and hopefully
Yeah.
the chat be trying to light me up.
Nah, like usually everybody's pretty good in here. I'm trying to have a little different community over here. But anyways, yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Take care,
bye.
brother. Thank you. Yeah, that was a fun one. I like that. I'm glad I streamed today because I wasn't feeling like it, but 2 good calls, that made me feel good. Now, how you guys can make me feel good is go watch this dang video. Everybody go watch it, hype it up. Nah, I'm just kidding. If you like the video, go watch it. If not, it's all good. I've been appreciating you guys' support, so if a couple videos flop, it's all good. I think this is a pretty decent one. It's about family in heaven. I think it's a very important topic that a lot of people even choose to believe because they want to see their family. So it's a very good little subject. The video that I did a critique on, the only reason I used it was because it had a lot of views. It had like 51,000 views. So I like to react to those videos because there's a bunch of people falling for that crap. And I want to have a video that's opposite, because what those videos do is they play their music, make you inspired, make you feel all gooey, and then, or scare you, and then make you believe in it. So I like to attack those videos. So sometimes you'll see me react to weirder videos that are like that. But anyways, like I said, I'm just trying to counteract I'm just trying to counter it. Like we need to talk about those videos more because other people are being indoctrinated by them. So, all right, guys, thank you very much. Don't forget to click your buttons, all that good stuff. Thank you guys for joining me. You'll have video today, you have video tomorrow and Sunday, and then we'll be back to the live on Mondays. I think what I'm going to start doing is not having any video released on Monday and Tuesday. Just because I already have the live sitting there, and then I'll have videos Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday would just be live days, and that'll give me time to study and work on some things I want to work on. You guys will see the stream start to improve more. I'm going to have like better lighting and all that kind of stuff because you guys have been supporting it, and I'm going to make sure this looks good. So as always, I'm Jay. Don't forget to throw away your feelings, open your minds, and question your beliefs. I'll check you guys on Monday. Peace.